Live from North Dakota, it's the Fargo Dome hosting UIW as they take on the defending champions, the Bison of North Dakota State. I'm Carl Schoening along with Sam Kamen. Happy you guys tuned in here to the audio-only broadcast. We got a good pregame for you. We're going to talk to Lindsay Scott. We're going to talk to G.J. Kinney. We're going to give you the keys to the game, and we hope that you mute ESPN and listen to us because you're big Cardinals fans, and we're going to be homers tonight. Sam, we got here. You know, a lot of people were questioning throughout the country if we were going to make it through the big cloud that engulfs the northern part of this tundra, but despite it being freezing, we're here, and I'm wearing short sleeves and enjoying it. You still stayed a little bundled up.
I'm comfortable in my just long sleeves, and I don't mind the cold weather. It's not too cold. I'm glad we're not outside because, I mean, when we got off the plane, my hands were shivering after 5 minutes. So I was like, I'm glad we're in a dome, but the Fargo Dome is a big home field advantage for the Bison, and it's something that the Cardinals are going to have to face and really knock them out really early.
Well, we are about 28 minutes from the start of kickoff. We do expect it to be loud here, and we're going to give you our keys to the game. Part of that is managing this crowd and winning the battle in the trenches, all the above. It's going to be a fun pregame. But earlier in the week, we had a chance to sit down with head coach G.J. Kinney and get his thoughts going into this game. And then we'll come back, talk a little more, and pitch it to Lindsay Scott. After Lindsay, it's time for kickoff here on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll be back in a moment after the G.J. Kinney interview.
Sam Kamen and Carl Schoening here pre-game with head coach G.J. Kinney. And Coach Kinney, got to go back to last weekend and talk about just the ending of that Sacramento State game. I mean, no matter how far up y'all were up as much as 11 twice, and both times saw that lead kind of come down. But looking at you, the team, coach, even Lindsay Scott, there was just no emotion, and it was, let's just go to the next play. How is your team just so calm, cool, and collected all the time?
You know, I think it started Nevada week, and you know, when you turn the ball over a couple times early in the game, and same mentality, just, you know, hey, next play, you know, can't do anything about it. You know, don't waste a mistake. You know, learn from it, but at the same time, let's go score and you know, control what we can control.
When you have such a crazy game like that where you score 66 points, all-time FCS playoff total point in a single game record, just how do you manage that kind of, I guess, high on a victory, last-second victory, all those kinds of things, and get your team ready to go up against such a powerhouse in the Bison?
Yeah, I think for me, I thought our guys would be a little more excited last week after the win, but I think it was you know, they knew we still had work to do. So I think our guys are locked in, they're focused, and excited about the opportunity.
I mean, you look at the motto of this team, it's habits reflect the mission. And the mission has always been, it's not just the Southland Conference Championship, it's been a national championship. You said at the beginning of the year, this is a national championship caliber team. How have the habits this week in practice reflected that mission in securing a spot in Frisco?
Yeah, our guys are locked in. They're ready to go. We've had a really good week of practice, and you know, this is a really good team now we're playing. So I think everyone's just really excited about the opportunity to go up there and play on primetime television and get the opportunity to knock off the champs.
And, you know, you talk about that championship pedigree that they have. They've won 9 of the last 11, while UIW was just hardly getting going as a program in that span. So, you know, when you see that on paper, you obviously hear all that noise. How do you kind of refocus your team just to remind them that this is one game? It doesn't matter what either team has done before this point. You're at this moment right now.
Yeah, I think, well, we've been underdogs in 2 games now, Nevada and Sacramento State. So I think our guys are fine with that, and we kind of use it as motivation and go out there and kind of handle our business.
Well, when you look at this matchup, it's going to be, I think it's going to be come down to the trenches, obviously, with the Bison. They love to run the ball. They're a big physical team. Talking to Darian Chafin earlier, he said they're just so fundamentally sound. How do you attack a team that's, quote-unquote, the Alabama of the FCS?
Yeah, they are definitely a very well coached team, very fundamentally sound. I think it is going to come down to the game in the trenches, and I like our guys. Like I told you when I got this job, I think our offensive line is the best in the country, and I think our defensive line, when we went out and recruited and built that thing to where it is now, I think it's up there. So. When they play well, there's nobody that plays better. We got depth, we got size. So I'm excited to really go see that matchup, our defensive line versus their offensive line.
That seems to be where the game is going to be won and lost. So keeping North Dakota State off schedule, if you will, where maybe you force them into some passing third downs. That's probably the key every game, but it seems especially this week when they have two running backs and you want to make them maybe make plays through the air.
Yeah, and just like last week, we did a really good job of getting them in the third down. We just at times didn't do we had some penalties and stuff on third down, and they converted some big third downs. So just like it is every week, like you said, but getting off the field on third downs, especially those third and long situations, those 6+ and the passing downs, when everyone in the stands know you're going to throw the ball, being able to get off the field will be big.
What did you make of the defensive performance last week? And obviously 4 turnovers, 21 points off of turnovers, plus the scoop and score from Kalechi, but the defense was on the field a lot in that second half, over 100 plays the entire game. Sacramento State also outgained you. I know the offense is kind of a score very quickly. Is there a mentality of trying to shorten the game or shorten the amount of time the defense is on the field and taking a little bit more time on offense?
No, we're going to score as fast as we can on offense. That's just kind of what we do. And the defense has played really well all year. And like you said, they got a bunch of turnovers in the game on Saturday that led to points and scored a touchdown on defense. So, stats aren't everything, so I think our guys are, they're well prepared, and I think they're ready to, kind of rebound in their mind versus North Dakota State.
That is something that you don't have to give away your secrets, but I was impressed by the defense's conditioning because we talked about it already. Just an insanely high-scoring game last week against Sacramento State, and your defense was out there on the field the whole time. Not the whole time, but a good chunk of the time. And what is the secret there to keeping them fresh and powering through such a just emotional game?
Yeah, I think we have great depth. We played a lot of guys, and they're well coached and well trained, and Brett Huth does a really good job with those guys, and we've taken care of their bodies, since that bye week, because we did have 10 straight weeks of games, and then you have a bye week, and then you play Northwestern, then you have another bye week, so we try to take advantage of letting their bodies heal. And then obviously the Furman game was a 4-quarter game, and then this last game was a 4-quarter game. So, our guys, though, I really do feel like, as much as they can be, they're pretty fresh and injury-free.
And we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Lindsay Scott Jr. We're 7 minutes into this interview and have yet to even talk about him because that's how good the game was. And he was, again, just the legend of him, continues to grow with a game-winning drive and using his legs a lot the last 2 weeks. How much do you try to get him established in the running game as well as continuing to use his arm?
Yeah, I think, and I kind of said it from the beginning, like we know he can run the ball, right? And so we wanted to get him to the playoffs before we started really doing that, because he's really dangerous with the ball in his hands, and that he's proven that the last couple of weeks. So it definitely adds another dimension and a dangerous one at that to our offense, and he's a special talent, and I don't even know how many touchdowns he needs to break stuff, but when if he does or when it does, I told him last night, you got to go down as the greatest of all time. You own all the records, the touchdown records. in the Final Four, got opportunity to play a national championship. I mean, you got an opportunity to go out as the real GOAT of the FCS.
I think he's like 3 away from Bailey Zappi's record that he set last year, 1 from the Division II record, and that covers all of them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's been a remarkable season nonetheless.
Yeah, and he broke the passing record against North Dakota State. So just what an unbelievable year. And I can't believe that, such a crazy season has accumulated to this, the semifinals. So, Coach, congratulations and thank you for the time.
Appreciate you being here, and good luck on Friday night.
Thank you very much.
That's right. We're back here at North Dakota State. The Fargo Dome is the place where we're going to play some football today. The biggest game in UIW's history. Carl Schoening along with Sam Kamey. You just heard from G.J. Kinney. And this is a team that I think is very confident in themselves. Both teams are confident in themselves. And I can guarantee you one thing. Yellow flags will end up on the field today. And as we talk about the keys to the game, Sam, I kind of get the feeling that the team that receives the fewest of those, or at least the most timely of those against the other team, is going to be the one that comes away victorious, because these two teams are very good.
Well, exactly, and that was one of the keys last game was, can the Cardinals limit turnovers and limit penalties? They had 16 versus Furman. They actually limited that against Sacramento State. They got penalized a little bit early in the first half, but towards the end of the game, it was not – They played clean football, and when you go up against a North Dakota State team, they don't get penalized much. They don't turn the ball over. They're a very fundamentally sound football team, and that's what you see from the best. It shows when they've won 9 out of 11 of the last championships.
If you're tuned in tonight, and if you've been tuning in all season, you have been a witness to the legend of Lindsay Scott Jr. He has broken the all-time passing record for touchdowns at the FCS level, and dare I say, he has an opportunity to this evening at least, break Cam Ward's single-season passing yardage record. He's about 200 yards away, so that'll be another storyline to watch. But before we go to the interview with Lindsay Scott Jr., what more can we say about him?
There's not much, but besides almost giving him the Walter Payton Award, I believe we all think that he's going to win that award, but he's a finalist. That'll be announced in Frisco the day before the championship game. But I don't think he wants to go just for that ceremony and see if he wins the Walter Payton Award. I think he wants to take the entire team. He's thought this is this entire season. He credits a lot to his offensive line, his running backs, his wide receiving core. It's a full team effort, and he is going to take that individual award and really reflect how appreciative he is to the entire team. But there's not much to say besides and you'll hear it in the interview, I call him a video game controller, because it's not just one certain button he presses that works. It's all 5, 6, 7 of them that work for him.
Can't wait to see what he does here in a dome. He hasn't had an opportunity to play in a place that doesn't have elements to worry about. The only element really are the fans, and they certainly will be a factor. We'll keep you updated on that. But before we do, let's check in with Lindsay Scott Jr. as we got a chance to talk to him before we made the trip north. North Dakota State versus UIW in the Fargo Dome. The FCS semifinals about to get underway. I'm Carl Schoening along with Sam Kamey. Happy to be joined by the starting quarterback of the Incarnate Word Cardinals, Lindsay Scott. Long time in the making. Happy to sit down and talk with you, Lindsay.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
So let's just quickly get these numbers out of the way, and I'm not making these up. 59 touchdowns in the air, 4,404 yards passing, 9 touchdowns on the ground, 632 yards rushing, and that's just not even doing justice how this masterful offense has worked with you at the helm. As we kind of approach this last game of 2022, because the championship game would be in January, just can you reflect on what a crazy ride 2022 has been?
It's definitely been, a wild one. It's just an amazing offense, amazing coaching staff. Just really love this team. We put up some crazy numbers, had some crazy games. So, to for it to be, you know, my last year of college football, I couldn't have asked for any better type of season.
Well, talk about how you got to UIW. I mean, you were all over the place, started at LSU, went to junior college, then Missouri, then Nichols, and then finally here to another Southland Conference team that's red. Just what brought you here, and kind of is this kind of what you expected when you committed to playing your last year at UIW?
Yeah. I guess you can't really, like, you can always set goals, you know, and your goals, you set them as high as you want. But, you know, until it actually happens, you know, you're kind of sitting there, you know, hoping for the best. You know, when I came on a visit here, I met with Coach Leftwich and Coach Kenny, and we just watched film all day and went and got a bite to eat. And I think when you've been in the recruiting process so many times, you kind of get lost in the bells and whistles when you're younger. And the older I got, I just wanted to kind of, you know, see the scheme, see how it fit in, and just, you know, sit down and shake the hands with the coaches that be coaching me every day. So, you know, when I met them, you know, two great offensive minds, two great quarterbacks in their time, I knew it was a no-brainer for me to come here. And it was only a matter of time. You know, you get in, you know, how much work you put in. So I just knew, you know, coming here with this great fit, this great offense, great wide receivers, as long as I did the work, you know, things were going to turn out well. So.
What is it about this offense that is just so unique that makes it so high-powered? Because it's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to see it. You guys aren't playing football out there; it's a track meet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we move at a high tempo. We preach going fast every single day, even in the way we practice. You know, guys are out there huffing and puffing because we're conditioning for the game. You know, we try to keep the defense on their heels with their tempo. You know, to what other people is an extremely fast tempo, to us it's just the norm. So you know, that's what they preach every single day. We try to move at that pace every single day, and just live the you know, high pace, high fast offense.
When you talk about high pace and scoring a lot of points, I made this comment last game, but I feel like you are the human controller. You're not the human joystick, you're the human controller, because whatever button you press, it seems like it ends up in a touchdown or a big gain. So whether it's a run play, a scramble drill that you end up running or passing, or even just a deep ball, what do you have more fun with? Do you like taking it down and tucking it and running, or you like it airing it out?
I guess personally, I like airing it out. I like to have my wind under me after I score. So, you know, there's nothing more satisfying than a deep touchdown pass. You know, running is cool too, but you know, at the end, you know, everybody's like slapping you on the helmet and stuff. You're breathing hard. You know, I'd rather just, you know, throw a touchdown, you know, jog off and get some high fives. So.
Before we look ahead to North Dakota State, let's recap last week against Sacramento State. Instant classic, just the highest scoring FCS playoff game of all time, 66-63 final. Obviously a whole bunch of drama there with lead changes in the fourth quarter. Now that you've had sort of a week to reflect on it, can you say that that's maybe the best football game you've ever been a part of? Is there something else? Like, what are your thoughts on that game?
It's definitely in my top three. You know, you probably look at me insane if I said I've been in one crazier. The semifinals game to send EMCC to the national championship. That one year I was there, we had a game just like that. It was like 65-64. Went to double overtime. We do a trick play to win. But in terms of like statistics, yards and whatnot, just like both sides of the ball putting up, you know, yards and crazy stats. That's probably the craziest game I've been in. Like it was over like 1,000 yards combined between both offenses, something like that. So definitely was a whirlwind. Kind of a testimony to that high pace, you know, that fast offense we were talking about. So,
what was your emotions when you knew you were getting the ball down 3 with less than 2 minutes?
Yeah.
I mean, is that something? I'm guessing that's every person's dream to have the ball to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the things that happened before then, you know, the 2 onside kicks. You know, I think we had the ball for like 2 possessions in the fourth quarter, something like that. So it's a lot of time on the sideline, and I think just as a whole offensive unit, we did a good job of just kind of, you know, just looking at what was happening on the field and like, you know, okay, well, you know, we just need the ball, we'll be all right. So, you know, there wasn't a shred of nervousness on my mind. I look back at my O-line. I remember standing when they got that onside kick. I had my hands on my hips. I looked back at them, they looked at me, and we just kind of shrugged and said, hey, if they give us the ball back, it's over. So I think that kind of confidence in yourself and in your unit is kind of what you need to go. I imagine that someone like, Tom Brady or Matty Ice or somebody that's, who's had several too-minute drives like that, I assume that's the same type of, conviction and feeling they have. So kind of felt the same type of way before we went out there.
Now looking ahead to North Dakota State, what do you see with this defense that's sort of designed to stop the power run game that's common in their conference?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got a great defensive front. They're big up front. They do a lot of things on the back end with their defensive backs. They do a good job of trying to disguise coverages and stuff like that. You can't be undisciplined with this defense. You got to have your eyes in the right spot, right reads. You got to be in the right gap. So and they're well coached as well. Anytime we're talking about North Dakota State, who has won several national championships and put themselves in this position. To them they've been the semifinals and national champion plenty of times. You got to be disciplined. So great coaching as well. Just a all around good team. It's the type of teams you want to play in games like this. It's a challenge, and we're very excited for it.
What is it going to take to go on the road and beat the Bison in their home Fargo Dome? Because, they're 33-1. They're in the FCS playoffs, only losing to eventual national champion James Madison. And there's got to be some sense of urgency with y'all starting early, because this is a North Dakota offense that is not going to want to get into a high-scoring battle with y'all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we preach it every week. We feel like the only team that can beat us is ourselves. If we go out and execute and do the game plan, to the best of our ability, then we'll be just fine. And when you do those things, you execute the way you should. Obviously, you come out, and you score those first couple drives, you take advantage and maximize the ball every time you get it. So I think that's just going to be the key for us, going out, and making the most out of each drive. Obviously they probably going to come out and with a little slower tempo. That's what they do, and try to keep the balls out of our hands. So every time we have it, we're just going to do our best to end up with points on the board. So gotta.
No worries. Yeah, maximize every drive sounds right, because it's playoff football at this point. You don't want to take 2 minutes off, because those 2 minutes could be the difference in the game. Well, we're going to talk about the clashing styles all night long. I'm sure it'll be a fun one to watch. Thank God they play in a dome.
Yeah. I only got like 2 coats, so no boots.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be in the plane, on the bus, walk across the parking lot as fast as possible, and then in the hotel, and then back in the bus, and back in the dome.
Watch out for that black ice.
Oh, gosh, yeah. No, I got to think about all those things that we don't worry about in Texas.
You don't have to layer up like you used to at Mizzou, do you?
No, not down here in Texas. I tell you, the one time at Mizzou, I was walking down a flight of stairs, and that black ice got me, so I was flying down there head over heels. So, I've been kind of, thank God we're playing a dome, but, I've been exposed to that cold before. So,
Yeah, it'll be a fun night either way. So, Lindsay Scott, we appreciate your time. We appreciate watching you all season long, and good luck today.
Appreciate you.
That was the man himself, Lindsay Scott Jr., giving his pregame thoughts. I'm Carl Schoening, along with Sam Kamen. Kickoff is officially 6:03 Central Time. We're happy you joined us on YouTube here. UIW Athletics, nice enough to let us fly out here and give you all some homerism. So mute that ESPN broadcast and sync us up when you get a chance. Sam, here as we get ready for kickoff here, and you might be cut off by the national anthem.
I'll take my break.
Yeah. Well, what are your keys to the game?
Well, it's good on good. Either way you look at it, you got a good defense on the North Dakota State side, as well as a good high-flying offense for the Cardinals. Number 1 ranked offense in points per game are the Cardinals, averaging over 53 points per game, going up against the number 4 scoring defense for the Bison, and only giving up 17 points at home or on the season. But we talked about it. They're so good at home. The Fargo Dome is a electric place, and it's the biggest home field advantage anyone has in the FCS because they're 33-1 in just playoff games. That's not even talking about all their games in the Fargo Dome. 33-1 in just FCS playoff games. Only team that's beaten them is James Madison, and that's when they went on to win the 2016 FCS championship. So if you're going to beat the Bison at home, you've got to beat them in the trenches. They are big, physical. They know what to do on the offense and defensive line. They're not going to make too many mistakes. You're going to have to beat them, and it starts in the trenches, and it's your biggest players are going to have to make plays, and that's where Lindsay Scott Jr. comes in.
And I agree with you. This is the biggest power run team that UIW has seen all season long. I'd have to say you'd have to go almost back to the first game of the season against Southern Illinois to actually see a team sort of built like the Bison. This Missouri Valley smash mouth football style of play that they bring is, quite frankly, something that UIW hasn't had an opportunity to face. So that'll be an interesting trend throughout the story that we'll see. And if you're watching along with us, this is a team that might have 4 fullbacks on the field at the same time. So NDSU does not mess around when it comes to running the football. If I had a key to the game, it's keeping them off schedule. I was talking to the Bison broadcast before the game, and they were saying that, if you force us to pass, you're going to win, because if it comes a air out game, then UIW has the edge. But they really believe in their power run game. They're going to chew a lot of clock, and they're just 2 clashing styles. So whoever gets to play their style, and maybe they'll both get to play their style, is going to probably come away with the game. But I get the feeling, just based off of watching NDSU, this isn't going to be a 66-63 final score like last week.
They do not want to get in a shootout. Now, they can score points. Don't get me wrong. They've got a quarterback that is very efficient. Only 3 turnovers on the year, 3 interceptions. Very efficient. 14th in the FCS for passing efficiency. 15 for 18, just under 200 yards, a couple touchdowns last week in the win versus Samford. And he's going to, in my opinion, he's going to have to step up, because when you talk about this power running game, they're losing 2 of their 3 big-time backs, because one just had shoulder surgery, and the second one, Tamarick Williams, we think he's out.
We've heard he's out, and
but
it might be gamesmanship. It might be a game-time decision.
And that's when you lose 2 of your 3 top backs, that's an issue you have to face. But with this NDSU team, they've got depth like those big teams like Alabama, the Georgias. Just because you lose your top guy doesn't mean it's a drop-off. They've got depth, and so they're going to continue to cycle in fullbacks, tight ends, running backs to get that going.
We have the coin toss happening right now as the captains are meeting. Kelechi Anyulabechi and Lindsay Scott get the call out, and it will be a defer on the 1 coin toss by North Dakota State. So we are almost ready to get things kicked off here, as it looks like the south end zone will be defended by the Cardinals. And the Cardinals will get the football first, meaning that NDSU selects the second half to get their offense started.
And this is exactly what you want if you're head coach G.J. Kinney, because you get to set the tone. You get to control the pace of this game. They haven't started out particularly hot. Now, it's not as, when I say hot, it's like, they scored 21 points in the first quarters a lot of times, but it takes them a couple drives to get going offensively. This is a game where possessions are going to be few and far between, because this NDSU run game is going to try and milk the clock as much as possible and shrink the game, because if they get in that scoring battle with Lindsay Scott Jr. and the high-flying offense for the Cardinals, they're most likely not going to keep up.
We'll have to see, and I agree. If it's a similar situation to last week where NDSU doesn't score until late in the second quarter, I'd feel pretty good if you gave that to me right now. UIW did start off with 2 punts on their first 2 offensive possessions, so I'm sure starting off on the right foot is a major key for them this week. Say what's up, comment, like, subscribe, all the good stuff here as you're joining us on UIW's YouTube. We have a Patriot League officiating crew led by referee Eric Luce. He will be the voice that you hear when the mic is cut on for the referee to explain what's going on. UIW getting ready to receive the opening kickoff. North Dakota State 11-2-0 on the season. UIW Now at 12-1. Cole Wilson back deep to receive the opening kickoff. Jarrell Wiley right next to him. Ready to send it away for NDSU. Will Cardinal lining it up from the 35-yard line.
Pretty good crowd for a record snowstorm and all of the Dakotas being shut down.
Not a sellout for the biggest game of the year. The last game of 2022 happening right here at the Fargo Dome, Gate City Bank Field. Cardinal will send it to the Cardinals as his men go in motion behind him. It goes deep, and electing not to even go after it as it touches the end line is Cole Wilson, and a touchback to start things off for Lindsay Scott in the offense.
And when you look at Lindsay Scott Jr., 59 touchdowns on through the air, 6 interceptions on the year. And he's got 9 rushing touchdowns as well. Set the FCS record for passing touchdowns. Let's see what the Walter Payton finalists can do.
Marcus Cooper's in the backfield with Lindsay Scott. 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. First play from scrimmage. Trips right, single receiver to the left. Cooper will empty out of the backfield. Scott claps his hands and throws a screen to the aforementioned Cooper, who goes around some blocks to the right side, past the 30 to the 35 and out of bounds after picking up the first down at the 38-yard line. Nice screen play to start things off.
Their quick game is so good because the blocking on the outside is so physical.
1st and 10 from the 38. Cooper will get the handoff, and he'll go behind left guard and get to the 40-yard line, maybe the 42 for a solid gain of about 3 yards on first down.
Helmet comes off by one of the Bison linemen. He's going to have to come off the field.
It's one of the big men up front, Tony Pierce. Fans starting to get into it now after a couple positive plays from UIW. 2nd and 7 from the 41. Cooper offset to the left in the pistol, will get the handoff, goes around left end, gets a good block from McCullough for a couple positive yards, but he's stopped on the play.
Now our first 3rd down of the game. Both teams offensively over 50% converting on 3rd down. This is one of those, you got to have it to keep the drive going and try and hit that first punch.
From the 43-yard line in their own territory, 3rd and 5. Scott will look to pass. Under pressure, he's going to tuck it and go to the left side. Keeps his eyes down the field and decides to throw. It's caught at the 30, and C.J. Hardy is pushed out of bounds in Bison territory. First down.
Broken coverage off a great play and scramble drill from Lindsay Scott Jr. Just DB unmarking C.J. Hardy, and it's a huge gain.
1st and 10 from the Bison 26-yard line. 2 men in the backfield with Scott. Play action. Pass to the left side, and the first time we see Taylor Grimes make a catch at the 20-yard line. He rolls out of bounds to stop the clock at 13:34 in this first quarter.
He had a pretty quiet game, but when it mattered most, he had the biggest catch in that Sacramento State game, the late touchdown with under 30 seconds.
We had a 5-yard penalty right there that will back up UIW. So it's a 1st and 15. Ball will be placed on the left hash mark at the 31-yard line. Clock picks back up at 13:30 left to play in the opening quarter. First drive of the game. Trips right, single receiver to the left. Cooper is in the backfield with Scott in the shotgun. 1st and 15 from the 31. And it's a give to Cooper going around left end. He's going to find some space on the numbers to the sideline, lowers his shoulder at around the 20, and doesn't quite get the yard to gain as he stopped in the red zone of the 17.
Tony Pierce is going to have to come off a 2nd time already. Helmet came off, and Cardinals are going to go quick. They might get the playoff.
2nd and 1 from the 17. Cardinals in the red zone. 2 receivers stacked on either side from the left hash. It'll be a give here to Cooper, and Marcus Cooper makes one defender miss, lowers his shoulder at the 5 and gets to the 4-yard line. They'll only give him the 5, but Marcus Cooper picks up the first down. 1st and goal from the 5 for the Cardinals.
When we talk about physical running game, Marcus Cooper is the same physical back that these Bison running backs have. Just downhill running inside the 5, 1st and goal. And when we talk about trying to take the crowd out of the game with a first punch of the game, they're 5 yards away from it.
1st and goal from the 5. Scott in the shotgun, Cooper to his left, a handoff to Marcus Cooper, tries to spin around a block and gets to the 2-yard line. Positive gain there, and a nice block by Stanley Mark to open up that hole and get him just 2 yards away from the end zone.
Yeah, Cooper with a great spin move going from the right side of Mark to the left side. That first gap on the right was filled. He saw open space on the left, positive yards. 2nd and 2 from the 2-yard line.
Cardinals trying to strike first on the opening drive of the game. Lindsay Scott has 2 men in the backfield. McCullough in the H-back, and Cooper empties out of the backfield. A run play designed for Scott. He'll get to the 1 before he's pushed back from the goal line, and he almost got that second push marked down at the 1.
Just inside the 1, tried to go QB power, and being this close and knowing the aggressiveness of G.J. Kinney and offensive coordinator Mac Leftwich, this might be 4-down territory.
I don't see why not, unless there's a major loss, but I don't think the Cardinals are really going to be looking to pass. 3rd and goal from the 1. 2 receivers on the left side. From the middle of the field, 2 men in the backfield. Cooper will empty out. McCullough still in there as a blocker. Another power run. This time Scott elevates into the end zone, and I think they're going to mark him short yet again. I think he got the extension on the replay, though. We'll have to see what the officials say. The replay officials right below us, and we get another look at it on the jumbo screen. It's close. The nose of the football might have broken the plane.
It's not going to be conclusive enough, and they worked on 2-point plays on Thursday before flying out. This is, I mean, you're inside the 1-yard line. See what creativity the offensive coordinator, Mac Leftwich, draws up here.
McCullough and Marcus Cooper in the backfield. Lindsay Scott in the shotgun. 4th and goal from the 1. Chafin goes in motion. It'll be a pass to Darian Chafin. He makes the catch into the end zone. Touchdown, Cardinals.
And that was one of those 2-point plays that they worked on, reversing the field on a jet sweep to Chafin, throwing it to him in the backfield, and he almost, we saw it last week, a little bit of a bobble, but trying to get to the end zone a little too quickly, able to retain possession, and the Cardinals strike first.
Point after attempt for Carson Moore. On the season, Moore is 87 of 89 on these. He gets the hold from Chance Trittman Rosas, and it's through the uprights and good. Cardinals strike first, 7-0, 10:37 left to play in the first quarter. Bison looking to answer back on their first possession, but we talked about this in the pregame. Carl Schoening along with Sam Kamen. If you're just now joining us, Cardinals get out on a hot start, play their game.
Exactly their game. 10 plays, 75 yards, only taking 4:23 off the clock. You don't see a lot of big, long drives by the Cardinals. They can score quickly and just so often, but that was just a very methodical drive, running the ball, getting a couple passing plays in there, with C.J. Hardy kind of losing the Bison coverage after a little scramble drill from Lindsay Scott Jr., and as that extra point was going through the uprights, you could almost hear a pin drop. The energy already is kind of being sucked down.
These Bison are not used to trailing. Like I said, they've only lost 2 games all season, and one of those was to P5 Arizona. The final score in that one all the way back on September 17th was 31-28. You talk to some Bison fans, they say they should have won that. Of course, you know, you talk to most fans, but still.
They were up with like 4.5 minutes left before the touchdown by Arizona that ended up being the game winner.
Yeah, and you know, that's going to be something that's so long ago, it doesn't really matter, but it is one of their 2 losses. They also fell to the number 1 overall seed in this FCS playoff, South Dakota State, here at the Fargo Dome, 23-21. But we look at it and we talked about it. If the Cardinals can score more than 40, that's a tall task for the Bison, who they scored 56 against Western Illinois. They scored 42 against North Dakota and 49 against Montana, but they haven't broken above the 40s other than that against NC State, AT&T.
I mean, when you putting up 53 points a game, I was even saying you score 35, and just the way they play is so not necessarily slow, but it's methodical. And they're going to grind you down and trying to wear you out in a 4-quarter battle. But if they get down 21-0 before you know it, they might have to just wind up the game plan and throw it out the window.
Back deep to receive the Tony Sterner kickoff, Jalen Bussey along with Braylon Henderson. 10:37 left to play in the first quarter. Cardinals with an opening drive touchdown thanks to Darian Chafin. 1-yard touchdown catch from Lindsay Scott Jr. And Scott now up to, on the season, 60 passing touchdowns to only 6 interceptions.
That's a pretty good ratio, 10-1.
Right. Sterner will send this one away from the 35-yard line. Bussey and Henderson back deep to receive, toe to leather, and it's a spiral end-over-end kick that'll be taken at the 12. Fair catch called for by Henderson, and that means NDSU will start at the 25-yard line just like UIW did on their possession.
And their quarterback is going to be number 7, Cam Miller, 1,700 passing yards on the year, 11 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. And we talked about the good, efficient game versus Samford, 15 for 18. That's a completion percentage of 83%, 194 yards, 1 touchdown through the air, another on the ground. And we're going to see this if this Cardinal front 7 can stop the rushing attack of the Bison.
1st and 10 from the 25. Bison in their own territory. It's Kobe Johnson getting the first handoff of the game, and he'll get positive yards before he is tripped up on the play. Making that swipe of a stop for UIW is Isaiah Paul.
And Kobe Johnson is their lead back with Hunter Lipke out. Lipke was the MVP in the national championship last year with 3 touchdowns versus Montana State. Was having a great year until a shoulder injury and had to have surgery yesterday.
2nd and 7 from the 28. A quick man in motion on the right side for Cam Miller, who rolls out to the right, hits a man in the flat, and then he will be brought down just short of the yard to gain as Kelechi Onyelebechi makes the stop, and the catch hauled in by the tight end, Joe Stuffle.
I mean, I thought that was an automatic first down, but the speed of Kelechi Onyelebechi, also good run down there from number 21, not Cole Wilson.
Yeah,
duplicate numbers.
Interesting for us to see
Isaiah
Paul, who we haven't seen too much of, and he's made a couple tackles already. Big 3rd down here, 3rd and 2 from the 33-yard line. Bison their own territory. Power I formation, play action. Miller already under pressure. He throws it to the right just to get rid of it.
There's
incomplete.
No one.
Nobody there, and I don't think he got out of the pocket, but the officials they're talking about it actually.
I don't know if he was out of the pocket. It got past the line of scrimmage. The question is was he in the pocket? They're going to say he was out of the pocket, not get
Let's not get greedy. It's 4th down in their own territory,
and
though.
It was a great call by defensive coordinator Jonathan Packey, dialing up some pressure, assuming with that I formation they were going to try and power run it with it being a 3rd and 2.
Caden Steindorf will punt this one away. His feet will be around the 20. Cole Wilson back deep to receive. It's a spiraling fair catch called for. Cole Wilson will not return it on the fair catch, and UIW will start around the 11-yard line. They'll actually mark him at the 15, I beg your pardon. And UIW, longest field of the day, challenge accepted for Lindsay Scott and company.
And that's exactly the start you want. You want a touchdown to come out of the first drive and a 3-and-out for your defense. Could not script it any better if you're head coach G.J. Kinney.
9:08 left to play in the first quarter. We're in a media timeout. And we're happy you joined us on YouTube. Sam, you got the YouTube feed up there. So if there's any comments that might be worth talking about, we're going to be happy to maybe answer a question or two. We're not gurus, but we are enthusiastic fans up here of the Cardinals. Happy to be out here in North Dakota.
And I will answer a lot of the questions about why can't we turn the camera. It's more of the NCAA and ESPN rights. We can't broadcast the game and show you the action, so instead it's a radio only, and you just have to look at us.
Yeah, you get a good deal looking at us. Otherwise, it would just be a stock photo or something like that, and then you could put us in the background. But we thank you for watching us watching the game.
Yeah, exactly. You can choose. You can have the best of both worlds. You get the stream from ESPN2, and then just get your favorite commentators that are UIW homers.
Yes, we are, and we're having some fun so far. In the opening, just under 6 minutes, UIW scored on the first drive of the game as the Bison deferred, and then the defense of the Cardinals forced a 3-and-out. And let's just give one more shout out to the defensive 21, Isaiah Paul, the linebacker, making 2 tackles on that play. And then, as you said, on the third down, just the pressure dialed up. There were a few Cardinals there that sniffed out the play action.
It really looked like they were going to get another sack. And this is a Cardinal defense that really flies around. I mean, although they gave up over 300 yards rushing in the win versus Sacramento State, this is a very talented defense. They create turnovers. They've got 27 turnovers created on the year, and they're one of the best when it comes to tackles for loss and sacks in the FCS. But they broke, I mean, if there's a year to break records, it's been this year, and they broke the sack records and tackles for loss records.
Yeah, somebody asked me, who's your star player on the defense? And if it wasn't Colecciano Obechi, I would just say the defense.
Exactly.
1st and 10 from their own 15. Cardinals have the football back, looking to add on to their 7-0 lead. 9:08 left to play in the first quarter. Our Red Hat, I think, finally gives the official okay that the timeout's over. 2 receivers on both sides, and a man now goes in motion. That's C.J. Hardy. Quick pass out to Taylor Grimes, and he will be tackled immediately as the stop is made by the linebacker for North Dakota State, number 36, Nick Kubitz. 2nd and 9, only a gain of 1 for Grimes. Play action here for Lindsay Scott, and he's able to complete the pass at the 25-yard line. Falling forward, making the catch is Jarrell Wiley, and a first down for UIW.
This is a defense that likes to drop once they see pass, and that's going to leave a lot of checkdowns.
Stacks on receivers on both sides. Instead, it'll be a handoff instead of a run again. Jarrell Wiley gets across the 35 to the 40, and he's brought down at the 45-yard line. Another first down. Talk about Marcus Cooper. You have a 2-headed running back there with Jarrell Wiley getting some handoffs.
And it really was opened up by Nash Jones, pulling left tackle, coming to that right side, blew up the play.
Trips left, single receiver to the right, another handoff to Wiley, and he gets to midfield, maybe falls into Bison territory. They'll give him the 48-yard line, gain of 8 yards on first down.
This offensive line is moving Bison, just getting an incredible push.
2nd and 2 from the Bison 48-yard line. Scott will pass, and now he'll escape out of the pocket. He has space. He'll roll across the 45 to the 40, breaks a couple defenders at the 30 to the 20, looking to shake a defender, and he makes a business decision to get out of bounds at the 15-yard line unscathed, forcing him out of the play for NDSU was Destin Talbert.
And a great job by Lindsay Scott Jr., kind of just weaving right through 2 wimpy tacklers for the Bison, knowing when the pocket's collapsing.
1st and 10, Cardinals in the red zone of the 15. It's Jarrell Wiley through the middle, untouched into the end zone. Touchdown, Cardinals. A 15-yard touchdown run by Jarrell Wiley, who started on this drive and was the workhorse all the way into the end zone.
And Mac Leftwich, the offensive coordinator for this Cardinal team, is shoving what NDSU does so well right back in their face. Power running game for another touchdown, and the Cardinals are up by 2 scores.
I was talking to NDSU, and they said they bought into the hype that the Cardinals are an air raid team. I said, no, we're a run team that sets it up with the play action. The kick is through the uprights and good for Carson Moore, and UIW has shocked this North Dakota State crowd. 7:42 left to play in the first quarter. It's the Cardinals 14, the Bison nothing. What more can we say, Sam? This is the dream start, a 3-and-out on the only offensive drive so far for NDSU, and just marching down the field behind Jarrell Wiley on that last series.
It's the new kids on the blocks taking out the old seasoned veterans. They've only played once before, and that was in 2014 when NDSU put an utter beating on the Cardinals. It was, I mean, think about this. The Cardinals started football, their first year as a football program was 2009. They moved to the FCS in 2013. And then they come up here the next year in their second season because they want to figure out what's the FCS like. We want to learn from the best. And at the time, NDSU has won back-to-back. And so it was like, all right, let's go to Fargo, North Dakota. Let's see what it takes to be a national championship caliber program. And what did you run into? But you ran into a North Dakota team that had a familiar face in Carson Wentz at the helm for the Bison as their quarterback, and they were just really outclassed and outmatched. But 8 years later now, it's a whole different story. This UIW program has grown leaps and bounds, and we're already seeing it from a trenches standpoint because in 2014, they just weren't there. They weren't physical enough. They didn't have the manpower and the size that you needed at this level. Well, now you got the size, and you've got the depth, and you're already seeing it work into 2 touchdowns early.
Well, Jarrell Wiley was the man who really marched down the field on the season. He has 63 carries for 374 yards and 2 touchdowns entering today. But somebody who is not somebody who we have called a lot since Marcus Cooper got healthy around week 4, comes in and is just a big factor on that first drive. But you mentioned all the big guys. Let's take a moment to give some offensive love. The starting offensive line, Nash Jones, Caleb Johnson, Reed Francis, Stanley Mark, and Meta Obibo. The starting 5 on the offensive line for the Cardinals, and they were a big factor in that second series drive where the run play dominated.
4 out of 5 with Southland Conference honors, and even Caleb Johnson getting a third-team AP All-American recognition. So this is a very experienced offensive line, and it's one that head coach G.J. Kinney said in the pregame interview. He thinks this is their best offensive line UIW has ever had.
I believe it. Bussey and Henderson are back deep to receive the Tony Sterner kickoff. From the 35, toe to leather, and it's a booming kick that's spiraling and will be taken at the 1. It's muffed, and he wants it to go out of bounds. He catches it out of bounds.
They're going to be down at the 2.
I guess he just didn't want the defense of UIW to catch up to it, and that might be a mental mistake there by Henderson, who picked it up while his feet were out of bounds. He might have been able to pick it up and at least get to the 5 or 10.
What he was thinking is if you catch the ball initially and you're out of bounds, that counts as a kick out of bounds. But because he initially touched it in bounds and then went out of bounds when he picked it up, that means they're going to start at the 2-yard line.
Brylan Henderson doesn't do his offense any favors. 1st and 10 from their own 2. Cam Miller starting off under center, but his heels at the goal line. And we have a timeout here as UIW wanted to talk things over. And I think that there might have been a substitution mistake there. It looks like Royce Wellington was on the sidelines, but he was supposed to be in there on that play. Royce Wellington, he's going to be a big factor today. The man up front, number 99, 18 tackles on the season. He's 6'1", 303, and we talk about the battle in the trenches. You could use those 303 pounds.
Oh, I mean, when we talk about size, him especially, but also on the edge, 6'7", 260, Sam Latham, 6'1", 375, Olivier Charles Pierre, OCP. I mean, he was loving this weather. He was with his shirt off, just walking around, jamming out pregame. He's excited for this one.
UIW out of their first timeout used. It's
a safety.
1st and 10, and it looks
He's
like it will be a safety as a tackle in the end zone is made by the Cardinals. Several of them came in on the handoff, and it will be a safety as
no
the
signal
handoff.
Yet.
Well, I don't see how it's not. There is no signal, but the handoff to TK Marshall didn't get across the goal line as far as we could tell. All of the Cardinals are begging for the safety, and here on the replay,
I really don't see how he got out of the end zone. Yes.
It's a safety. Wow, you can't dream a better start for the Cardinals. 7:33 left to play in the first quarter. 14-0 now becomes 16-0 as they're a little slow to add it on the scoreboard here. And this fan base that fought through the 5-degree weather or whatever it is outside is stunned.
Offense, defense, special teams, all clicking on all cylinders to start this first quarter. And like I said, we're not even halfway through this quarter.
They're reviewing it at the moment, but like you and I saw on the big screen here, doesn't look like even the football got past the goal line. It'll be a short review. And you know the best part about safeties? You get the ball back.
Exactly. You get points and the ball.
Man, how big is that mistake by Braylon Henderson, who was returning the kick, and instead of he muffed it. He dropped the potential return at the 2, and then he went out of bounds willingly and grabbed the ball, which forces his offense to take over at the 2. They go for a run situation, hand it off to TK Marshall, and he couldn't get out of the end zone. Tamarick Williams has not come onto the field today. He's somebody who on the season has 92 carries for 679 yards and 8 touchdowns. And safety. And
hey, the thing about a safety is it's not like a touchdown where a part of the ball has to break the plane. The entire football has to be out of the end zone. There was inches that you could say got close to
maybe
getting out, but it was never the full length of the football, and it was just great. Penetration by OCP being the initial guy, and then again, Cardinals swarming to the football like they always do.
Will Cardinal will take the free kick. That'll happen at the 20-yard line.
Okay, that's throwing me off.
The free kick? Yeah,
no,
we're not playing soccer.
No, Will Cardinal
kicking to the Cardinals. Yeah, that's true. Cole Wilson and Jarrell Wiley back deep to receive this free kick. It'll be a kickoff style. You also have the option to punt after a safety, and this one will be sent away from the 20. Backpedaling is Cole Wilson. He'll take it at the 15 to the 20, down across the midfield to the 30. He has space across the 40, and at the 45 he is tackled and brought down at the 50. The momentum will take him to midfield, and they'll mark him just short of the 50. Cardinals start at their own 49-yard line.
And he's taken 2 punts for a touchdown. I don't think we've seen a kickoff return for a touchdown this year, but along a 49 on the season, and that was a big return, getting them into their best field position of the day.
They started on their longest field last drive. They started their best field position a yard away from midfield. 49-yard line, own territory. Cardinals up 16-0, 7:24 left to play in the first quarter, 1st and 10. McCullough, the H-back, in the backfield with Lindsay Scott and Marcus Cooper. Play action for Scott. He steps up and he decides to tuck it in and run. Gets across midfield and steps out of bounds at the 45-yard line before any Bison could lay a hit on him. Solid gain of 6 yards on first down.
He's just so aware, so mature of when and when not to get out of the pocket and just tuck it down and get some yards.
Again, it's Cooper in the backfield. He'll get the give, try and go up the gut, and he is hit and then bounces outside, but couldn't quite get away from the pressure. Only a gain of 2 for Marcus Cooper.
Again, 3rd and manageable, though. 3rd and 2 from the 43. This could be, again, in that analytics where it says go for it on 4th down.
I believe they will, but here it is, 3rd and 2. We might not need to worry about it. Trips to the left. Cooper in the backfield with Scott. And Cooper will keep it on the zone read, and I don't know if he got to the yard to gain. He picked up about 1.5 yards before being wrapped up by a couple Bison, and it will be 4th and about half a yard for UIW.
But his Lindsay Scott Jr.'s helmet came off, so he's going to have to come off the field unless they take a timeout, and I think they're going to take a timeout so they can go for it.
UIW already used 1 timeout right before the safety, which whether or not that was part of the plan, it worked out for them, and it looks like this will be the 2nd timeout burned by UIW.
But it was a well worth the.
Investment,
was exactly. You called a timeout because you didn't have the personnel grouping that you needed on the field. And what the first play after that timeout, you get 2 points with the safety. That's why they wanted that grouping for a reason, because they knew they were going to run the ball, and it paid off.
And you know what? Now that they only have 1 timeout left in the half, that might not be that big of a deal if they can really expend on this lead. 6:33 left to play in the first quarter. It's 4th and 1. Ball at the 42-yard line in Bison territory. Lindsay Scott lost his helmet. They call the timeout to get him back in the game. Marcus Cooper in the backfield along with the H-back, the 3-back as we call it at UIW. Roger McCullough, single receiver on either side wide. From the right hash mark, 4th and 1, a handoff to Marcus Cooper, and he stops short. Making the stop up front for the Bison is big, number 99, Spencer Wagey.
And just unable to get a good push was that offensive line. Instead, it was the Bison finally getting some energy into their crowd. They were trying to root them on in that 4th down stop, and it paid off. It's given them a little bit of energy, but you got to put points on the board now if you're the Bison.
16-0 your score. UIW with the lead. 6:28 left to play in the first quarter. After the turnover on downs, the Bison have it at their own 42-yard line. Cam Miller in the shotgun. He has Jalen Bussey to his left. They're in a bit of a spread look here with 2 receivers on the right, single receiver to the left, zone read, and a handoff to Bussey. He breaks away from one would-be tackler, and then he's wrapped up and brought down for a tackle for loss. Chris Whitaker would not be denied the tackle.
He got stiff-armed to the ground and then still got up and made the tackle with OCP. Just great athleticism from Whitaker. There's no like, I don't know. There's no heart. There's heart in this team. You can tell with Whitaker on that tackle.
It was a loss of 5, 2nd and 15. Ball on the 38-yard line, Bison their own territory. They're looking more at a spread offense here, trailing by more than 2 scores. Play action as Miller will drop back and look deep. Down to the left side and incomplete as it's followed around, almost intercepted by Dante Thompson. Incomplete, intended for Zach Mathis. Mathis, somebody who last week had 3 catches for 32 yards and 28 for 397 on the season with 3 touchdowns. Almost got a big momentum play instead out of his hands.
I mean, Dante Thompson has been a knack for the football in pass defenses. Got a school record 9th in the nation for passes defended, but also Brian Mays on the coverage there. Just great work by the Cardinals, and it's going to be 3rd and long for North Dakota State.
NDSU way off schedule, 3rd and 15 from their own 38-yard line. Miller in the shotgun. He drops back for a pass, scans, and has time to throw. Across the middle, a little too high for his intended receiver. That one just out of the hands, touching the fingertips of Braylon Henderson, and a punting unit will come out for the Bison.
And he was open for a 1st down. Just a miss there from the quarterback, and another 3 and out.
Cole Wilson will go back to receive this punt, although for a moment there it looked like NDSU might be setting up something that could be a fake punt. It will not be the situation. Caden Steindorf will send this one away from around the 30. Wilson will let it bounce. It'll take a favorable roll for the Bison, and it gets inside the 10, still rolling past the 5, and the Cardinals now have their longest field of the day, the 3-yard line.
Yeah, unfortunate. Cole Wilson unable to get to the ball before it hits the ground. Even if he were to have played it on a hop instead of letting it roll all the way to the 3, but we saw it last week against Sacramento State. Just because you start at the 3-yard line doesn't mean this Cardinal team led by Lindsay Scott Jr. can't go the distance of the field.
5:20 left to play in the opening quarter. UIW can add on to a 16-0 lead. Lindsay Scott Jr. is in the shotgun in the end zone. Marcus Cooper to his left. Jalen Campbell is wide to the left as a receiver. Play action, a quick pass intended for Campbell, defended well by NDSU's cornerback Courtney Eubanks.
Just trying to get a 5-yard out there to Campbell. Off the mark. Don't see that very often from Lindsay Scott Jr., but it was still good placement. It was either my guy gets it or nobody gets it.
2nd and 10 from the Cardinals' 3-yard line. Chafin wide right with Taylor Grimes in the slot. Cooper to the left of Lindsay Scott, who drops back for a pass. He's under pressure. He'll roll out to the right. Looking downfield for a pass. He's able to get one off and just overthrows his intended target, Darian Chafin. And the pursuit from NDSU's Spencer Wagey made that a tougher throw.
He's one of the most disruptive pass rushers on this North Dakota State defense. Very experienced, a lot of experience, a lot of 5th and 6th year guys. And it's 3rd and long, so that means the Fargo Dome is trying to get loud.
5:08 left to play in the first quarter. 1st and 10 from their own 3-yard line. Lindsay Scott trying to pick up a first down. Marcus Cooper's in the backfield with him. Scott will drop back, scan, throws across the middle. Almost completed by Grimes, but he drops it just past the yard to gain, and that'll bring out Kevin Wynn in the punting unit.
And that was a good stand there from North Dakota State. 3 incompletions, don't see that quite so often. And we don't see Kevin Wynn very often either. Averaging 2.5 punts per game.
34 punts on the season, averaging 40 yards. His longest was 57 yards. Good time for a new long on the season. Back deep to receive is Jaden Price. For his heels at the end line, Wynn's able to get it off. It's spiraling and will not be taken and rolls out of bounds. Near the 45-yard line, they'll mark the angle at the 43, and the Bison start in plus territory.
40-yard punt there from Kevin Wynn. Trying to flip the field as much as possible, but good punt. The punt before by North Dakota State gives them their best field position of the game.
A lot of football left to be played. 4:55 in the first quarter. UIW started off hot with 2 touchdowns and then a safety. 16-0 your score. Cam Miller trying to get on the scoreboard for NDSU. He's in the pistol. He has Kobe Johnson behind him. He has wings on either side. And in the slot, it's Tyler Tark. Men will go in motion to line up for a power run on the left side.
Going to see a lot of motion.
1st and 10 from the 43. The give to Johnson, who bounces around left end, and then he is stopped by Dante Thompson on an ankle tackle after a pickup about 4 yards.
We see a lot of pre-snap movement from this Bison team, trying to figure out what the defenses are running, where the blitzes are coming from, because with being a power run, you don't want to necessarily run into the blitz. You kind of want to run away from it.
We talk about staying on schedule, and that's what they're looking to do here. From the 39-yard line in Cardinals territory, 2nd and 7. They'll go in motion to set up the power run to the right side. Under center, it's Cam Miller. Play action as he drops back for a pass, looking to the right side and overthrows his intended receiver. And that was one of the fullbacks that they use, Hunter Brozio, and on the season, he doesn't have too many catches, only 4 for 41 yards.
Well, none of these Bison really have a ton of catches. They're very much a ground and pound team, trying to catch the Cardinals napping there, but Caleb Culp, good coverage downfield, another 3rd and long.
3rd and 7 from the 39-yard line. Miller's in the shotgun this time. He has Marshall to his right, trips to the left. He'll drop back for a pass, scans to the left, and he'll throw across the middle, incomplete. The intended target there was one of his tight ends, Joe Stuffle. Last week, Stuffle had 3 catches for 60 yards and a touchdown. He's denied right here, and the Bison, I think, are considering going for it, but, you know, they don't really like the passing game, and this is another opportunity to pin the Cardinals deep with 4:04 left in the first quarter.
They're going to play field position here, even though they got to be ready for a fake with this funky formation.
It is a very funky formation. 5 players to the left side, a single receiver to the right, and now it looks like they'll go to a more traditional punting style as Caden Steindorf will look to punt this one from the Bison side of the field, a few yards behind the 50. Cole Wilson back deep to receive. It's high and short, and nobody for the Cardinals will touch it. It does get touched by a Cardinal, then it's picked up in the end zone. Oh my goodness, mistake made by UIW will lead to a ball on the 1 situation for North Dakota State. And that was just a tough one for UIW, as it looks like
Brian Mays.
It was Brian Mays. 12 was the number. It's a little scrunched up, and then it was picked up by Dawson Weber, and it almost was a touchdown. He's marked down at the 2, and, well, we saw a tough break on special teams earlier for NDSU. This time it goes against the Cardinals.
Yeah, that time it he's just following his gunner all the way to the front pylon, and he slips right before he hears that fire call to get out of the way. And as he slips, the ball just checks right where he was. I mean, a great punt. I mean, directional, yeah, great directional punt. They might be reviewing to see if
it's a touchdown.
If the knee was down. I think his knee was just a tad down based on the replay, but turnovers, that's going to give you some life if you're a North Dakota State fan.
Well, we talked about it. These two teams are so good, it'll probably come down to mistakes. You know, we talk about it with most of these teams. Only you can beat yourself. And that seems to be the situation so far for the Bison, as that one safety is the reason this is a 3-score game at the moment. Well, I guess, 2-score if they go for 2 twice. But, yeah, 3:50 left to play in the first quarter. Here's the call. Eric Lewis any day now, as he's trying to confer one more time.
I think it's going to be on the 2-yard line.
After further review, this confirmed.
I don't think we were really in doubt that that was going to be confirmed for the Bison. First down, though, as that could have been a touchdown now. Tall task, ball on the Cardinals' 2-yard line. First and goal. UIW's defense has come up big all game long, but now toughest task of the night.
And if there was ever a knock on this Cardinal team, it'd be their special teams play. Just haven't played as clean football on that third phase of the game. Turns it over and gives the Bison 2 yards away from striking.
First and goal from the 2, a toss here to Marshall, and Marshall on the outside will get in the end zone. 2-yard touchdown, but a flag on the play.
Then that might be called for a hold on that, trying to set the edge. Like, yeah, number 63 on Brian Mays.
Well, you talk about breaks, that's one.
And Jake Kubas did not need to hold. It was a walk-in touchdown for TK Marshall. He had so much space going to that right pylon, and instead, Kubas just sticks an arm out, gets a lot of jersey, and now the Cardinals might be able to force a field goal opportunity.
You feel a little better with the touchdown negated. Second and goal from the 12. Mingo in motion to the left side. Miller's in the shotgun with Marshall to his right. He'll run it on his own to the right, and then he is wrapped up and brought down in the backfield by Isaiah Paul. Tackle for loss, something we say a lot about these Cardinals.
I mean, 6 tackles on the year by Isaiah Paul. He's had 2 big ones already.
That backs them up to the 14-yard line. Second and goal from the 14 for the Bison. 3:20 left to play in the first quarter. Trips left. In the backfield is one of the fullbacks, Hunter Brozio. And it'll be a pass draw play here actually for the running quarterback, Miller. And he gets past the trenches to the 10-yard line. Might have marked him down at the 9. And a big third down here.
And this would be a huge stop for this Cardinal defense. I mean, just a week removed from giving up 63 to Sacramento State, one of the best offenses in the FCS. Now you're going up against one of the powerhouses of all teams in the FCS. Got to get a big stop here.
Third and goal from the 9. Shotgun look here for Miller. He has Marshall to his right. Sends a man in motion. Single receiver on the right side, trips to the left. Miller drops back for a pass, scans to the right, looking into the end zone. Incomplete, just off the hand of his intended receiver, Zach Mathis. Do we have a flag on the play?
No, and
no
the
flag.
Fargo Dome is calling for a flag. Brian Mays on the coverage.
Not enough there.
And I don't see what they're seeing.
They're seeing a missed opportunity for a touchdown after the hold earlier at the 2-yard line. Would have been a 2-yard touchdown for the Bison. Now it'll be a 22-yard attempt.
Make it 32.
And it is through the uprights and good for Griffin Crosa. Griffin Crosa last game was 2 for 2 on the season. He's 8 of 9. This is also a team that doesn't kick many field goals. They'll settle for their points right now as UIW's lead is now cut to 13. 2:15 left to play in the first quarter. Cardinals 16, Bison 3. And let's just recap here during this media timeout, Sam. That was intended to be a Cardinals possession. So in a way, we talk about that stolen possession being big, and it's not a touchdown. Bend, don't break. You save 4 points, theoretically. Obviously, you never know about the PAT, but still, from what would have been a first and goal from the 2, that was the first play on that drive, being called back for a hold, and then UIW's defense took that life given to them and ran with it.
But the story of this game so far has been this Cardinal defense. We talked about good on good being what's it going to be like when the Cardinal offense takes on the NDSU defense. It's been the Cardinal defense that has played the biggest so far.
That's very true, and I don't think they believed me when I told anybody that would listen here in North Dakota that this defense is for real.
I mean, who would, because you score 53 points a game.
A squib kick that'll be avoided by Wilson as he lets it roll into the end zone. And I think that that's something interesting that Will Cardinal and the Bison might have seen from last week's game against Sacramento State. That squib kick that kind of threw the Cardinals off, used for the first time tonight, leads to a touchback.
I'm so confused sometimes with the squib kicks, if it's a miss kick or if it's intended half the time. But that one was an intended one, and good job by Cole Wilson making sure it went into the end zone or out of bounds before fielding it.
First and 10 from the 25-yard line. Cardinals in their own territory. 2:15 left to play in the first quarter. Jarrell Wiley is the back to the right of Scott, and he'll get the handoff. He bounces up the middle after some good blocks by Reed Francis and the left side of the line before he is brought down. The tackle made by Dylan Hendricks.
And good cutback there from Wiley.
It was a gain of 9, 2nd and 1. Ball at the 34-yard line, and another run up the middle. I believe UIW has the first down as the run from Lindsay Scott, taken out of the shotgun right behind his big offensive line, picks up the first.
RPO action. I could have given it straight to Wiley because Wiley was untouched, and then Lindsay Scott Jr. just decided to follow him.
First and 10 from the 38. 2 receivers on both sides. Scotts will drop back for a pass on a comeback route to the left sideline. First down should be picked up by UIW CJ Hardy. They will give him the first down at the 49-yard line. Still on the Cardinal side of the field.
Great job of CJ Hardy working back to the ball, meeting the ball at its nearest point. And the Cardinals, after getting stopped on downs, rolling again. 2
receivers stacked on both sides. First and 10 from the 49. A pass to the left side. Miscommunication as Grimes was in the area, and he was loose down that sideline. Incomplete.
They had a little stop and go, fake a bubble screen, and one guy shoot up, and Grimes was open for a little bit, and I think there was just a miscommunication between C.J. Hardy, Taylor Grimes, and Lindsay Scott Jr. of who was because they were all open, just who was supposed to catch it to.
2 receivers on both sides from the Bison 49-yard line, and then hitting the backfield immediately is Jarrell Wiley, tackle for loss as the Bison break through the trenches, and the tackle made by the big man, number 99, Spencer Wagee.
Just came untouched off the edge. Big tackle for loss is Wagee. Their best, most likely their best defensive lineman, NFL prospect, and it's 3rd and long for the Cardinals now.
Cardinals pushed back in their own territory at the 48-yard line. Third and 13 with 1:04 left to play in the first quarter. C.J. Hardy goes in motion left to right. Scott in the shotgun. Scott, play action with Cooper. Drops back for a pass, throws across the middle, incomplete, intended for Cole Wilson. He can't come up with the first down, and that'll bring out UIW's punting team.
Just a little behind Cole Wilson. I think Lindsay Scott Jr. wants him to sit in that zone and just unable to corral it off the fingertips. And it's going to be another punt for Kevin Wynn.
Jaden Price, who on the season has 14 returns, averaging 13.7 yards with a long on the season of 66, back at the 10 to receive this punt from Kevin Wynn. Wynn will probably send this away around his 35-yard line. Couple steps into it before he sends it high in the Fargo Dome. Fair catch called for, and Price will take it at the 10.
Great punt.
Great punt, no return, and 90 yards of turf between the football and the goal line for UIW's defense, which has been really tremendous here in this opening quarter.
I mean, let's go through the North Dakota State drive chart. 3 plays, 8 yards, 3-and-out punt, 1 play, safety, another 2 3-and-outs, and then where they're at the 1 yard or 2 yard line, they go back 7 yards on 4 plays. So this defense has been really good of stopping the run early.
1st and 10, ball at the 10, Bison in their own territory. It'll be a give to Kobe Johnson, who's wrapped up by Isaiah Paul after a minimal gain of maybe 2 yards, picked up to the 12.
Isaiah Paul, unsung hero so far. I mean, just coming out of nowhere for a lot of people, because this defense, when you look at their best players, obviously it goes to the middle linebacker, Kelechi Onyeblechi, or outside to Brandon Parker or Chris Whitaker, but it's been Isaiah Paul making a big jump as we go to the end of the first quarter.
I think that's a fair way to end the first quarter. And Isaiah Paul tackle, and this defense has been playing lights out. They had a tough situation they were put in with the ball at the 2, but after a hold, the Bison were held to a field goal. That's their only 3 points after the opening 15 minutes. And the Cardinals score touchdowns on their first 2 drives and get a safety for a 16-3 lead going into the second quarter. Carl Schoening along with Sam Kamen. If you're watching us, yes, the coaches are right next door, so we hear the celebrations and the other stuff. But it's fun out here at the Fargo Dome. Happy you guys joined us, and be happy you're not in North Dakota, because it has been
we'll say
you ever
chilly
seen those movies where it's like an apocalyptic snowland? It's kind of like that with how cold it is and nobody's outside.
When you said it's just a state covered by a cloud, I mean, I took a picture to see the cloud as well as the snow, and was gonna tweet it out and say which one's which one's from the sky and which one's the snow on the ground. I mean, just a crazy snowstorm. Obviously it'll make its way south as San Antonio's gonna get some cold weather soon, but to say the least, it's a winter wonderland here in North Dakota.
Flying in, it looks like we were looking into a snow globe. I kid you not. Let's go over some first quarter stats here, as Lindsay Scott Jr. has 6 carries for 45 yards. Jarrell Wiley, 5 carries for 48 yards and a touchdown. Marcus Cooper, 7 carries, 36 yards. And then in the passing game, Lindsay Scott Jr., 6 of 11 for 71 yards and a touchdown receiving. C.J. Hardy, 2 catches, 44 yards. Marcus Cooper, 1 catch for 13 yards. Jarrell Wiley, 1 catch for 12. And then Darian Chafin, 1 catch, 1 yard, touchdown.
But it's the biggest difference right now is just the lack of offense for North Dakota State. 197 total yards in the first quarter for the Cardinals. 9. A singular 9 for the Bison. And when we talk about this Cardinal team, everyone's oohed and awed by Lindsay Scott Jr. and what he can do through the air. But the last couple games, it's been the running attack for the Cardinals. 126 yards by 3 guys, Wiley, Scott, and Cooper in that first quarter. 4. Another singular 4 for the Bison. So this defense has studied the film and put a great game plan together. Now, it was the same thing we saw with Samford and North Dakota State. I mean, Samford held North Dakota State to under 200 yards rushing. I think it was 166 yards after they gave up over 300 to Southeastern Louisiana the game before. So just because you had one good quarter for the Cardinals, you've got to do it for 4 quarters, because this team is not going to get away from its identity. They're going to try and wear you out and hope that at the end of the game they can bust some big runs open.
Start of the second quarter, it's 2nd and 8, ball on the 12-yard line. NDSU with possession. Cam Miller in the pistol with Kobe Johnson to his left, and now he'll move to a shotgun look. Single receivers on both sides. From the left, hash mark blitz coming for UIW, and then Kobe Johnson brought down in the backfield. Isaiah Paul, once again, I can't stress this enough. He came in on the season, 6 tackles. He's going to break that today.
I mean, he's just going to have a career day. Season high. I mean, junior from San Antonio, Brennan, went to Brennan High School. I mean, last year he was second team all Southland Conference. So, I mean, just shows the depth on this Cardinal defense.
Empty backfield, 3rd and 8. Ball at the 12-yard line. 5 wide, trips left, 2 receivers to the right. Dropping back is Miller looking for the yard to gain as he throws it down the right sideline. Incomplete, and looking for a flag or the fans. They're not going to get it. Zach Mathis couldn't quite break away from the coverage of Brian Mays.
And that's really good coverage by Brian Mays. Looking at this replay, he might, because he didn't get his head turned and gave a little push out of bounds, kind of drifting him out of bounds. None of the Bison faithful happy with that one, and the Bluebirds already out.
Welcome to the Homer broadcast for UIW. It's a contact sport. Cole Wilson back to receive this punt, which will be sent away by Will Cardinal and taken by Wilson at the 32-yard line. Shifts back to the hash at the 40. Looking to get room at the 50. Breaks away from a defender at the 45 to the 40. He's trying to shift field. Then he's hit from behind inside the 40-yard line. Stopping that play for NDSU was one of their big men, 49, Hunter Brozio.
Yeah, great return there again from Cole Wilson. Second big return for number 21. It's a game for the 21s to show out. Cole
Right?
Wilson on the offensive side, doing it more on the special teams front, as well as Mr. Paul on the defensive side.
Cardinals starting in plus territory. They're at the Bison 38-yard line. 1st and 10. They lead at 16-3. 14:01 left to play in the second quarter. Lindsay Scott in the shotgun. He's going to empty out Marcus Cooper. 4 receivers on the right side. Now it's another screen to Cooper. He's going to follow his block to the 35, and he'll get to about the 33-yard line.
A good swing pass. And they're going to go quick again. Trips to the right.
Gain of 5. Trips right, single receiver to the left in the shotgun. Lindsay Scott. Marcus Cooper in the backfield will get the give. Going around left end. Gets to the 30, and he might have gotten the yard to gain. They'll give him the first down at the 27-yard line.
Just the offensive line doing a great job. The pull schemes. Opening up big holes for the Cardinal running attack.
1st and 10, ball at the 27-yard line. Lindsay Scott will give it to Marcus Cooper, bouncing around his right end to the 20. Cardinals in the red zone, and I think it's a gain of 9. 2nd and 1 coming up for UIW.
And they just continue to pound the rock, just shoving it down the Bison.
2nd and 1, ball at the 18-yard line. Lindsay Scott will throw a quick screen out to the right side. It's caught by Grimes, being blocked by Chafin, and he gets to the 10-yard line. First down and goal for UIW at the 10-yard line.
People don't realize how physical these wide receivers are. They can block on the outside.
Trips right, single receiver to the left is Campbell. Scott pump fakes and decides to run to the left side. Gets some good blocks inside the 5. He stopped just short of around the 3-yard line. Lindsay Scott on the draw, sold it with a pump fake.
Well, and he actually was going to throw it in just a missed block and seeing a Bison cornerback jumping the route. And that's the key of Lindsay Scott Jr. He's so mature on when to tuck it down and run and when to really air it out. Playing cautiously there and just saying, hey, I got legs myself. I can do it myself too. 2nd
and goal from the 3. Roger McCullough, the H-back. 3-back for UIW's in the backfield with Marcus Cooper, who now empties out for Lindsay Scott. 2 receivers on the right side. 2 receivers on the left. Scott bobbles the snap, picks it up on a bounce, goes into the end zone. He might have been stopped just short. But now that's a broken play, making lemonade out of nothing.
I mean, when you get recognitions on Twitter by RG3 of why you should be the Heisman or Walter Payton finalist, that was one of those plays because you just kind of have to chuckle and laugh because if that would have ended up in a touchdown, you might have had NDSU fans already heading for the exits.
Something about that is like only Lindsay Scott. Play clock down to 13 seconds. 3rd and goal from the 1. Lindsay Scott under center. Fakes the handoff and now throws into the end zone. Taylor Grimes comes down with it to get a foot in. Touchdown, UIW.
again, that was another play they worked on. Just the 2-point plays working to perfection for offensive coordinator Mac Leftwich and Taylor Grimes, one of those staples in this Cardinal wide receiving core, coming up big, and I think we're going to go for 2 here.
He caught it just at the end line, but after the replay, that would have been a touchdown professionally. 2 feet down for Taylor Grimes. He gets the touchdown from Lindsay Scott Jr., who adds on to his ridiculous total, now at 61 passing touchdowns on the season.
All-American to All-American.
Oh, my goodness. 11:27 left to play in the second quarter. It does look like UIW is going to go for it on up 2, and now they're going to review it here with, they were going to go for a 2-point conversion. I got distracted by Eric Lewis saying they're going to review the play, as they just want to make sure before the point after attempt is taken, UIW did get the touchdown to Taylor Grimes, 22-3 your score before the review.
And looking, he's got his feet down. Does he maintain control? Actually, he does bobble it as he goes to the ground, so that's going to...
Let's see this as we were looking at the video replay, and it's a ruling on the field touchdown, so you have to disprove that. And he did get a foot in, so it's a catch in that stance, but did he hold on to it through the completion?
He didn't maintain control. So he's got control there. He's got his feet down, but watch here.
I think
pops up. It moves and he kind of dislodges. It's not like the one at Sacramento State where he had it pinned to his stomach and you saw the ball kind of move, but he had it was pinned to his stomach the entire time, never really lost control. This one was more of a hands catch that just moved a little, probably too much for the replay official.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that is going to be overturned, just my gut, but obviously.
So what does that make it? Because it's the down and distance.
I believe it's 4th and goal.
It would be
from
4th
the 1.
and goal. Okay.
Yeah, and was there enough to actually overturn it? Because you can say that it might have dislodged from his hands, but then he came down with it before he counted. Let's see what the official Eric Lewis has to say.
The receiver did not have possession and went out of bounds.
You know what? This is a Cardinals team that loves to go for it on 4th down. They're at the 1-yard line.
Is it the 1? Because they've got it at the 3 right now.
Well, Lindsay Scott took it to the 1. Didn't he, like on the play before?
Yeah, I think, okay, yes. Yeah, the officials are
they're about
moving
to get
the ball.
It right.
Yeah.
They have it where it would be the point after attempt.
Correct.
Yeah. So they need to update the placement of the ball. NDSU happy to get the gifted couple yards, and there you go. Now we're getting it moved. That's it gave me a heart attack that they almost played that.
Inside the 1, I mean, this is a huge play to keep it a 2-score game for the Bison, or to really bust this one open for the Cardinals.
4th and goal from the 1. Lindsay Scott in the shotgun. Cooper offset to his left. Deputies out of the backfield. It's going to be dropped by Scott, picked up by North Dakota State, and then the tackle made by Taylor Grimes at the 15-yard line as it's recovered by NDSU. That's a slick ball that has been dropped twice now in that 4th and goal and 2nd and goal situation, and UIW has a touchdown taken off the board themselves. The ball bounces around as we see the review, and NDSU able to get it out to the 16-yard line.
And just miscommunication between Lindsay Scott Jr. and the center, Reed Francis. Kind of the second time that Scott wasn't ready for the snap. And really unfortunate there because you're at the 1. You can put this one away theoretically in the second quarter by going up possibly 21 points. But as it stands, still a 13-point advantage, and your defense has still been balling out.
New life breathed into the Fargo Dome. 16-3 your score. 11:19 left to play in the second quarter. It's 1st and 10. Bison have it at their own 16-yard line. A handoff here to Johnson, and he's not going to be able to get away from Caleb Culp. Tackle for loss. Flags after the play.
And it's going to be unnecessary roughness. Probably going to be on the Cardinals.
I think OCP got in a little bit late, wanted to get a hit in, but the play had pretty much been stopped. Did they blow the whistle, though? Let's see what the official has to say.
Play was over. Personal foul. Very roughness. Defense number 0.
Yeah, OCP a little too eager to join in with the other white hats to the helmet, and that'll back up or add on 15 yards to the Bison.
And that's just the self-inflicted wounds that you just don't need. He just kind of belly flops. I know he's got a bunch of energy and is loving how this defense has been playing, but against a very well-coached and fundamentally sound team, you really can't have those free 15-yard penalties.
OCP has sideline-to-sideline speed, but it's hard to hit those breaks sometimes. 1st and 10, ball moved up to the 40-yard line. And out of the eye look, going around right end is TK Marshall, and he'll get 1 yard on the play before being stopped by the Cardinals defense.
Again, just good run fit. Everyone's staying in their run lanes, not really giving this Bison running attack any holes to really go through. It's been a lot of east and west movement for the running backs, and that one was, they went north and south, but met by a Cardinal right in the hole.
2nd and 9, ball at the 31-yard line. Bison in their own territory out of the shotgun. Cam Miller. Play action as he rolls out to the right, looking down the field. Doesn't have a pass, under pursuit. He's going to get a couple yards before he steps out of bounds on a tuck and run. Gets to the 34, maybe the 35-yard line.
And just so many flood routes to Bison in the same spot, almost 3. I mean, just kind of weird play design. Cardinals continue to cover well. Miller gets it as much as he can out of it, trying to make it 3rd and manageable.
3rd and 5 after the pickup of 4 yards from Miller. He's in the shotgun. He has Marshall to his right, trips to the left, single receiver on the right from the right hash mark. Quick scan to the left, under pressure, and Paul will bring him down. Isaiah Paul is a star right now in the making in the semifinal of these FCS playoffs. He has come out of nowhere, and he already has 6 tackles. That matches his season high, his season coming into this.
I mean, we have a star, legit star linebacker, and it's not just the position name. It's Isaiah Paul playing like a star, like you said. Just incredible what he's done against the Bison, and we still got 9 minutes left in the first half.
Big tackle for loss, 4th and 16, a punting time for NDSU as Cole Wilson will call for the fair catch, the 35-yard line, and UIW trying to get back to their offensive ways. They almost scored a touchdown on the last drive. It resulted in a turnover on a fumble. And with 9:14 left to play in the second quarter, we have a media timeout on the field. But the beauty of joining us here on YouTube, Sam, is we don't really shut up.
Commercial-free entertainment. You can't beat it. Now, when we need a break, we take a sip of some water or some Coke. But there's nothing better than just talking football, talking ball with you.
This has been a fun ride here, as we were happy you guys joined us last week against Sacramento State. Here we are in North Dakota with a trip to Fargo on the line. Excuse me, Frisco on the line. We're in Fargo.
Fargo to Frisco. That's so many times the road to Frisco runs through Fargo, and so many times beforehand it's been the Bison continuing to make the travel or migration south all the way to Texas for the FCS championship, and a very dominant program that's kind of been shell-shocked early here by a team that is new to the FCS ranks and continuing to have just a historic run and historic season.
Historic is right, as UIW comes into tonight's game 12-1. Their only blemish on the season all the way back in September the 24th against Southeastern Louisiana, 41-35 loss. And that just lit a fire under these Cardinals. They were ranked top 5 depending on which poll you were looking at going into that game. And, I think Coach Kenny said that actually helped them as a team, because maybe they were getting a little too up in, confidence level, and they needed to be brought down so they could feel the pain of that loss and not have that happen again.
Well, so much of their season was blowout wins. I mean, they just absolutely obliterated anyone they faced. I mean, the closest game to that point was probably the Nevada game, which they won by 2 touchdowns. Their season opener was supposed to be a thriller versus another Missouri Valley team in Southern Illinois, and they just throttled them 64-29. So that game lit a fire on them, and it probably helped them against Furman and Sacramento State because those were tightly contested games throughout.
1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Lindsay Scott and the Cardinals offense on the field. They're in their own territory. They lead 16-3, 9:14 left to play in the first half. 2 receivers on each side. Scott in the shotgun. Cooper to his left. He'll drop back on one step, looking for Chafin, incomplete as it was a little high for Darian Chafin.
Yeah, just one sailed on him a little bit. Not sure if he got his feet under him high and right as he tried to hook up with Chafin. Again, Chafin and Grimes kind of under the radar right now.
2nd and 10 from the 35. Trips left, single receiver to the right side. On the boundary side is Darian Chafin. Lindsay Scott's going to change the play. He moves Marcus Cooper to his right. Out of the shotgun. From the 35-yard line, Scott claps his hands. Play action. Throw across the middle. It's completed to Cooper, and Cooper gets the first down across the 45 to the 50. And a first down for UIW.
And I think that was a great check down. Again, there's one middle linebacker in the middle of the field, and they just get to that cover 4 look and try to drop as deep as possible. Those checkdowns are going to be there all day.
Cardinals right back to the line. Scott will drop back on 1st and 10, airing it deep down the right sideline, and it's intercepted. Coming away with that for NDSU is their cornerback, and a good reception by Dawson Weber. He picks up another INT, his 3rd of the season.
And a little bit of pressure in Lindsay Scott Jr.'s face, trying to backtrack a little bit and hit Darian Chafin down that far sideline, but really great coverage there by the Bison, and that's probably a throw that Lindsay Scott Jr. wants back. He doesn't force many balls into tight windows, and that one he pays the price for. 2nd turnover by the Cardinals.
Only the 7th interception of the year for Lindsay Scott Jr. The Bison will start at their own 7-yard line, 1st and 10. Cam Miller in the pistol. He has Johnson behind him. Wings to the right. And a handoff to Johnson, and Johnson will get a few yards across the 10 to about the 15-yard line.
That's their best running game or run play so far. Initial pressure there by OCP. Bounces it outside, and just a good job there by getting downhill, falling forward. Picks up 6.
2nd and 4. Ball at the 13. Substitutions being made by UIW as NDSU is in a huddle. They'll break the huddle. Jumbo set here as there's 2 blockers for Johnson. Under center is Miller. Play action. He rolls out to the left on the bootleg. Under pressure. Hit as he throws. Almost intercepted as that one wasn't going to end up anywhere close to a Bison, but almost caught by Elliott Davidson and brings up 3rd down.
And they go max protect here, trying to get the Cardinals off with a jumbo set. Only 2 receivers downfield, covered really well, and another errant throw almost winding up in the hands of the Cardinals.
3rd and 4, ball on the 13-yard line. 16-3, UIW with the lead. Bison trying to pick up a first down. Out of the shotgun, Miller. He has Marshall to his left, and he'll give to Marshall. Marshall around the left end. Will be stopped by Davidson after he picks up the first down to the 21-yard line.
And that's just a good seal on that left side. Gets Sam Latham cleared out, and the biggest running hole that any Bison has seen so far. And that's, I believe that's their first down of the game. 2nd, my bad, 2nd.
1st and 10 at the 21-yard line. Power eye look as there's now the power moving to the left side. Marshall gets the handoff, looking to go left, instead goes up the middle, and he is met by a couple Cardinals after a minimal gain of about 2 yards to the 24-yard line.
And we talked about this size of the North Dakota State offensive line being really matched well by this D-line of UIW, just clogging holes. They just haven't not been able to enforce their will on this Cardinal team yet.
Under 7 minutes left to play in the first half. 2nd and 7. Ball on the 24-yard line. Bison trying to march down the field in their own side of the field right now. Miller will drop back for a pass, scans as he's under pressure, rolls out to the left, and he decides to tuck it and run, and he gets past Whitaker, who would have made a tackle, and now he's at the 45 to the 50. On the other side of the field, he gets to the 45 before he's brought down by Caleb Culp, and that might have been a touchdown-saving tackle, because if he gets to the opposite numbers, he has a couple blockers.
And I don't know why North Dakota State isn't trying to get this power running game started with their quarterback. I mean, Miller on this season's got 91 carries, 365 yards, 14 rushing touchdowns, and he showed his wheels there, breaking the pocket, and we got an injured Cardinal on the field.
Can't make out the number. Hopefully he's okay.
Unfortunately, it's number 21, our man.
Yeah, Isaiah Paul, who is having a stellar game.
And some of it, of why his numbers are down this year from last year. Obviously, last year, second team All-Southland, 42 tackles, 6 tackles for loss. He's been somewhat banged up a little bit. So Isaiah Paul up to his feet, walking off the field, and we heard the Boo Birds a lot last week in Sacramento, thinking these athletes for UIW are quote unquote faking injuries. And I mean, I can understand the frustration from these North Dakota State fans of that was the biggest play. You got so much momentum going, and then you have to take a quick stoppage. But hey, again, contact sport, injuries do happen.
6:13 and the clock moving here in the second quarter. 1st and 10 in Cardinals territory at the 41-yard line of the Bison. 2 receivers on both sides. Man goes in motion, and keeping it is Miller. He goes up the middle, across the 40 to the 35 to the 30, and he picks up the first down and a good chunk more to the 25 or 26-yard line. We'll officially call it the 25.
And as soon as I said they need to get that RPO and QB run game established, they go right back to Miller. I wish I could retract my statement.
You're right on spot, though, as Miller decides he's going to do it himself a couple times in a row. Ball at the 25-yard line in Cardinals territory. 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, and I thought it was a false start for a second, but everybody moves. They switch guards as the center's the only offensive lineman who doesn't move. And it'll be a handoff to Johnson. He bounces out to the right side to the 20. Has blockers downfield at the 10, and he is tripped up at the 5. Caleb Culp, who shed a blocker and got a swipe tackle, saves the touchdown, but a first down and goal coming up for NDSU.
And that's great job by, again, the Bison finally starting to see some blocks, and some of it has just been the rushing gaps by the Cardinals. I think Chris Whitaker got a little bit too far up the field too quickly, giving a wide open running lane for Kobe Johnson, as that sets him up with 1st and goal.
1st and goal from the 4, out of the pistol. Johnson behind Miller. The give to Johnson, bounces outside, and he's going to get into the end zone for a touchdown. 4-yard touchdown run. First touchdown of the evening for NDSU. 16-9 our score before the point after.
Yeah, just collapsing in too much. Were the Cardinals losing outside contained there. Kobe Johnson bounces it outside for his 6th touchdown of the year. And again, we didn't think this one was going to get out of hand from the very beginning, but it's going to be a tight one.
Griffin Croso will send the point after attempt through the uprights, and good. 4:46 left to play in this second quarter, and the new score is the Cardinals 16, Bison 10. And that was NDSU football on that drive. But we did talk about this in the pregame. Penalties are the killers. Unfortunately, OCP couldn't quite hit the brakes, and that sparked the beginning of this drive down the field.
Yeah, a couple just self-inflicted wounds that you can't get back. A couple turnover on downs. One turnover on downs, 2 turnovers, some penalties. But you're still ahead. Got to clean some things up before going into halftime, and this is where the Cardinals really excel, closing halves well if they can put a little 4-minute drive here, go up, score a touchdown, go back up 2 scores, coming out of the half, NDSU is going to be forced to really put points on the board.
Yeah, and you know, going back to that OCP penalty, that's a tough one for them to take because he was, as I saw, in on the play, but he was going full head of steam. The play eventually ended when he was about a step away, and instead of slamming on his brakes, he tried to join in on the tackle, and unfortunately, that was a big penalty that kept it going.
Instead of showing that athleticism that we know he all has and jumping over the pile, he just jumped on top of the pile, drawing the 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate difference in that drive because that would have brought up, I believe that was on 3rd down too, so that was a tough take for the Cardinals.
It was 1st and long or 2nd and long going to another 3rd and
It was
long.
the beginning of the drive, so I have a little trouble recollecting all the way back there. But either way, 4:46 until halftime. Cardinals look to get some momentum back here as the Bison have scored 10 unanswered. UIW scored touchdowns on their first 2 drives and then got a safety. And now they're up.
And that was their best drive because they go 8 plays, 93 yards, 1 second under 4 minutes to complete the touchdown drive. All the other drives were 3 and outs or a safety. So that's
a positive sign.
That's a positive sign for NDSU and finally getting their offense going, and they're still only down 6.
Will Cardinal will send the ensuing kickoff away. This one end over end, and Cole Wilson will take it at the 3, taking it to the right hash marks, looking for a block at the 20. To the 25, he is tripped up and brought down just shy of the 30. The stop made by NDSU's Giancarlo Valpanesta.
And this is you got to get back to how you started the game if you're the offense. 2 touchdowns, and then everything since. Turnover on downs, 2 punts, another fumble at the goal line, and then a interception. So we don't see this very often where you start out so well and then kind of have a lull in the middle of the first half. But Cardinals do a great job of closing halves well. You're going to need a drive here, put some points on the board, and continue to keep the pressure on the Bison and not let the crowd and momentum kind of make the full swing back to the home team.
At halftime, we will need a break. Sam and I would like to at least, catch a little bit of a breather. So if you missed the pregame interview with head coach G.J. Kinney, we'll replay that, and then we'll come back here, give you your halftime stats and analysis. Remember, only 20 minutes in the halftimes here in the playoffs of the FCS, and we don't want you to miss a moment of it here on YouTube, hopefully synced up with your ESPN feed. Carl Schoening, Sam Kamen. 6-point lead for the Cardinals. We're in a media timeout at the moment, but this is a big series for UIW. They want to take some momentum going into the locker rooms and add on to this lead, which they've had all night.
Yeah, you got to get the momentum back on your side. You started the game just as you would want to. Defense firing on all cylinders. 2 opening score touchdowns by the offense, and 16 unanswered. Now 10 unanswered for NDSU. Time to go make a response and counter punch right here.
1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line. Cardinals holding up here as the umpire will still say, hey, take a breather. We're not quite back from the timeout, I guess. And now our referee, Eric Lewis, will start things off. Trips to the left. Single receiver is a tight end on the right. Cooper in the backfield with Scott option, and he'll go to the right side on sort of a counter look, but it's read well by NDSU.
Good defense up front by the Bison. I like the idea of QB counter using Lindsay Scott's legs.
2nd and 10. Ball at the 28-yard line. No gain on that last play as Scott was still able to get back to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers on the left side, single receiver on the short side of the field, Darian Chafin. Scott changes the play. McCullough, the H-back. Cooper empties out of the backfield. Dropping back as Scott fires a bullet to Jalen Campbell, and it's incomplete. Campbell wanted a flag, not going to get it.
Yeah, it looked like the DB for NDSU. Might have gotten there a tad early. No call. We've seen a lot of wide receivers wanting PI calls. Referees letting them play. And it's going to be 3rd and long now. Fargo Dome starting to get into a frenzy.
Clock stopped at 3:57 before this big 3rd and 10 from the 28-yard line. Grimes goes in motion right to left, dropping back, and now whistles stop this play as I believe a false start will be called against UIW. The Fargo Dome got loud on that last play. That'll back them up 5 yards.
And here comes that home field advantage. All the Bison waving to their hometown faithfuls, trying to get them into it. Will their way to a 3rd down stop.
So the ball put back to the 23-yard line. Cardinals in their own territory, 3rd and 15. Lindsay Scott in the shotgun, 2 receivers on both sides from the right hash mark. He'll change the play as he barks out new instructions to his offensive line, and I believe a timeout might be used here by UIW. This would be their last if so. It is their final timeout of the half.
Please put 3:57 on the game clock. 3:57.
Wow, 3:57 means 20 seconds came off the clock.
So it was more of a game clock issue versus a timeout issue.
And I suppose I'm looking around to see if there's any indication. I believe North Dakota State has all 3 of their timeouts. And I'm looking to see, looks like the Cardinals still have 1 left. So the issue on the field was clock management by our officials and not clock management by either team. 3:57 left to play in the first half. 16-10, UIW on a 3rd and 15 from their own 23-yard line. Scott drops back for a pass, rolls out to the right. Looking for somebody. He's not going to get anybody as he's brought down on a bear hug by Spencer Wagey.
Just nothing open down the field. And Lindsay Scott Jr. is down. Not something you want to see. Slow to give up right now.
Yeah, Scott brought down hard, and then following behind him was another hit by Loshaka Rokas. And Scott will take a ginger walk to the sideline. Hopefully he's okay. North Dakota State will take a timeout right now to stop the clock after the sack. The UIW 4th and 24 punting unit will come out at the 14-yard line, and Kevin Wynn put up with the tall task here to try and make this a flipped field for the Bison.
Yeah, good job clock management by NDSU, trying to give them as much time as possible to kind of double dip.
We apologize, we lost our video feed. We'll put a new battery in the camera at halftime. Stay with us here on YouTube, as we don't really add too much to the broadcast anyway. Except
Again,
for
it's audio
some fun
only,
stuff.
so
yeah.
if you didn't want to see us anyway, it's fine.
Kevin Wynn will punt this one away. Back deep to return is Jaden Price. Wynn from about the 4-yard line sends a boomer of a punt that'll be taken at the 42-yard line. Price finds space across the 50 to the 40, makes a defender miss at the 30 to the 20. He's pushed out of bounds at around the 15-yard line, and that one is a saved, pushed out of bounds by Tyrese Brown. But a big special teams return for the Bison with 3:31 left. They have a chance to take the lead if they can punch it in the end zone. They start off in the red zone.
Yeah, defense is going to have to come up big once again. They've been playing good all night. Surrendered its first touchdown last drive. You can see the momentum of this North Dakota State team from that first to second quarter be flipped. And they're going to start this one inside the Cardinal red zone.
From the 17, under center is Miller. Power eye look as he gives it to Johnson, and then Johnson is hit at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play, perhaps half a step, as Olivier Charles Pierre is the guy who brings him down.
Again, we talked about the big boys up front, winning the trenches. Royce Wellington, OCP, Cam Preston doing a really good job here in this first quarter, clogging up holes. Only 90 rushing yards for the Bison, and a lot coming on that last drive.
Empty out the backfield. It'll be Miller tucking it and run on the draw, and he gets a few yards before he is brought down at around the 14, call it the 13-yard line by Isaiah Paul. Good to see him healthy and active on the field.
NDSU trying to call for a targeting at the end of the play, saying there was helmet-to-helmet contact. They can review this one if called upon, and I guess they are going to try and review this one.
Well, that's a tough one for the Cardinals if Isaiah Paul is called out of the game for targeting. 2:23 left to play in the second quarter. 16-10 your score. Cardinals with the lead. And we're going to check out the replay as we can watch it here. Sam, why don't you tell them what you see when they finally get it rolling?
Yeah, Miller tucks it down and is initially tackled, and at the end of its run gets hit by actually Caleb Culp. Kind of more in that, I feel like it gets his shoulder pad before his helmet. And does he duck down with the crown of his helmet? Maybe. I still think it's with his forehead, though. I don't know. This is going to be this is a crucial call because you're taking out a huge defender for this Cardinal team. I think I really think it gets his shoulder pad first. So,
yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. One better look at it as.
Yeah, it's like the top of the shoulder pad and his helmet.
He's leading with the helmet, if you will, but I don't think that it's helmet to helmet necessarily.
And just because you hit with the helmet, you're still hitting with the front side of your forehead and not necessarily the crown. When you say crown of the helmet, that's the top of your head. A lot of tackle, you're taught to put your head on the football.
Yeah.
And that's the face mask and top of your forehead. And I don't see him go all the way down to where it's his top of the head, as well as I don't necessarily think it's helmet to helmet. I think it's right where the shoulder pad is.
Let's hear what we have.
Yes.
Correct
Good
call.
Yes.
Because that keeps Caleb Culp in the game, and it wasn't Isaiah Paul. He made the tackle, and Culp was the one who came in to try and clean it up when they reviewed for targeting.
And that's no homerism either. I'm trying to be as blatant as obvious, and like take both sides, but
looking at every angle, it's the right call.
exactly. Being thorough in my analysis and investigation, and obviously the homers here don't like the call because their team's losing and they want to see a person go out that has been very impactful.
5 seconds on the play clock now as Miller's in the shotgun. He's going to get the snap off, and he's going to run power to the left side. Gets a hole, and he gets to the 10. Brought down at around the yard to gain. They're going to give him the yard to gain. That'll stop the clocks for a moment. 1:55 left to play here in the first half, and a 1st and goal coming up for NDSU.
And just the Cardinals unable to get set on that right side or left side where they ended up running behind their All-American and offensive tackle prospect, Malk.
Yeah, Cody Malk is somebody who's going to be playing on Sundays. Power eye look as there's 3 men behind Miller. He gives it to Marshall. Marshall up the middle will be stopped inside the 5 as Culp combines on the tackle with Davison.
Huge tackle because Culp pushes Marshall back to that 2-yard line instead of falling forward all the way into the end zone. And with only 1 timeout, G.J. Kinney can't really stop this clock.
2nd and goal from the 2. Bison looking to power it in and take the lead potentially.
Huge shift.
The power set up to the left side. Marshall is the eye, a play action, bootleg to the right.
Gonna run
Miller pump fakes and goes into the end zone for a touchdown. touchdown NDSU, 2-yard touchdown run by Cam Miller. And Miller now has the 15th rushing touchdown for him on the season. And we're tied at the moment, 16-16 with 47 seconds left until the teams head into the locker rooms for halftime.
16 unanswered to start the game for the Cardinals. Quickly responded by the Bison.
Point after attempt is through the uprights and good for Griffin Crosa, and NDSU has their first lead of the night. 17-16, 47 seconds left, and while that doesn't seem ideal for UIW, who has been struggling to find offense since they scored on the first 2 drives of the game, 47 seconds sometimes is all Lindsay Scott needs, and we'll have to see as he is warming up right now during the media timeout what GJ Kinney and the Cardinals have drummed up for the final moments of this first half.
Sometimes he doesn't even need 47. He just needs 8. He just needs one play sometimes. But 47 seconds left in the half. You got a timeout. Again, 2-minute drill. They practice this all the time. This air raid, just up-tempo offense. It's not really an air raid. This is a up-tempo offense. And now with the numbers Lindsay Scott's put through the air, it seems like an air raid. And
I don't blame people for thinking that.
They're more than capable of getting at least a field goal, if not trying to punch this in for 6.
And that would be exactly what the Cardinals need, because quite frankly, they've just run into some bad luck. We talk about stolen possessions such as that punt that ended up bouncing off of one of the Cardinals who was trying to get it, and that led to the first field goal, but it's a missed opportunity for the UIW offense, which was feeling pretty good at the time. And then obviously, you know, this is a time where UIW wants to feel a little better going into the locker rooms as opposed to letting up 17 unanswered.
Right, and one turnover on downs at the midfield, not necessarily a bad thing right there. It's the fumble on 4th down at the 1-yard line that was the really big killer. A play before, Taylor Grimes in the end zone, caught it, just unable to complete the process of a catch for a touchdown.
That too, yes. There have been a lot of things that have happened this game, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a lot of things that happen in a UIW game. We're always entertained, to say the least, but a couple turnovers really hurt the Cardinals. A couple penalties also on the defensive side hurt them. But, hey, if you were to ask head coach GJ Kinney, would you take a 1-point deficit at the half? He'd probably take it and say let's. It's gonna be a grinded out type of game.
UIW started off inflicting their will on the game, and then NDSU has been able to turn it into, as you call it, a grind type game. Will Cardinal sends away the kickoff following the NDSU touchdown that puts them ahead 17-16. Jarrell Wiley and Cole Wilson back deep to receive. I don't think they're going to get a chance, as this one will bounce in the end zone for a touchback. And UIW, with 47 seconds left until halftime, will start at their own 25-yard line.
This is Lindsay Scott Jr. time. Reason why he's a Walter Payton finalist is what he's done through the air. Obviously, drives at the end of the half are key. Had a big one to win the game. Gonna need one here to put some points up before halftime.
The Bison players are pumping up the Bison fans. 1st and 10, Lindsay Scott looking to the flat, completed the pass, and pushed back after trying to cut up the middle is Darian Chafin. He picks up 2 yards, though, but the clock still ticks. UIW only has 1 timeout left. They're going to try and get this snap off quickly, as we have 30 seconds left until halftime. Scott in the shotgun. 2 receivers on both sides. Play action. Drops back. Fires to the right side. It's completed to Chafin again. He picks up the 1st down at the 36-yard line. That'll pause the clock at 21 seconds. And UIW waiting for the umpire to spot that ball, already lined up for the next play. Scott in the shotgun. Two receivers on both sides. Play action again with Cooper. Drops back and now steps up in the pocket. Toss it down the sideline just to get rid of it as he just got out of the pocket. No flags on the play. And a cheer of approval from the fans. 13 seconds left as I think Scott did a good job just trying to stop the clock on the incompletion.
Yeah, Darian Chafin tried to hit him with a double move. Again, these Bison cornerbacks getting deep, not letting anything get behind them. Would have loved to see another 10-yard stop route by Chafin to get right at the sticks.
2nd and 10 from the 36, empty backfield. Trips left, two receivers to the right, and incomplete, intended for Taylor Grimes. Some time comes off the clock, but it stops at 7 seconds. And 3rd and 10 here from the 36 for UIW. And they have one timeout left, so it's pretty much going to be a completion. And if you can't get out of bounds, you burn that timeout, and it might be sort of a Hail Mary look for the final play of the half. Empty backfield once again for Scott from his own 36-yard line. 5 wide, trips left, two receivers to the right, right hash mark. Scott will drop back under pressure. He is hit and he loses the ball. It's picked up by one of the offensive linemen for UIW. He's not going to be able to return it much further, as a good job by number 77, Jaden Borhaus, will keep that from going to NDSU, but it sends us into the locker rooms. Your score at the half: the Bison 17, the Cardinals 16. NDSU fans getting into it. They were quiet earlier when UIW was playing their game. The Bison have now shown up here at the Fargo Dome, and at the half have a 1-point lead.
Great comeback there by the Bison in that second quarter. 14-0 in that second quarter. And, I mean, we thought it the entire time it was going to be a grinded out type of game. It's going to be a close one into the fourth quarter. Looked like the Cardinals could have busted this one open, unable to do so, but only down 1 at the half. So we'll see what type of adjustments both the Bison and the Cardinals make, and it should set up for a doozy, trying to figure out who's going to punch the first ticket all the way to the FCS National Championship in Frisco.
Well, as we have a little bit of a break here, we are going to take a chance to listen back to what Coach Kenny had to say in the pregame. I'm sure some of it will resonate now as UIW is looking to try and find some momentum in the locker rooms and take it into the second half. Your score at halftime: NDSU 17, UIW 16. We'll be back in a moment here on YouTube.
Sam Kamen and Carl Schoening here pregame with head coach G.J. Kenny. And Coach Kenny, got to go back to last weekend and talk about just the ending of that Sacramento State game. I mean, no matter how far up y'all were up as much as 11 twice, and both times saw that lead kind of come down. But looking at you, the team, coach, even Lindsay Scott, there was just no emotion, and it was, let's just go to the next play. What was... How is your team just so calm, cool, and collected all the time?
You know, I think it started Nevada week, and you know, when you turn the ball over a couple times early in the game, and same mentality, just, you know, hey, next play, you know, can't do anything about it. You know, don't waste a mistake. You know, learn from it, but at the same time, let's go score and you know, control what we can control.
When you have such a crazy game like that where you score 66 points, all-time FCS playoff total point in a single game record, just how do you manage that kind of, I guess, high on a victory, last-second victory, all of those kinds of things, and get your team ready to go up against such a powerhouse in the Bison?
Yeah, I think for me, I thought our guys would be a little more excited last week after the win, but I think it was you know, they knew we still had work to do. So I think our guys are locked in, they're focused, and excited about the opportunity.
I mean, you look at the motto of this team, it's habits reflect the mission. And the mission has always been, it's not just the Southland Conference Championship, it's been a national championship. You said at the beginning of the year, this is a national championship caliber team. How have the habits this week in practice reflected that mission in securing a spot in Frisco?
Yeah, our guys are locked in. They're ready to go. We've had a really good week of practice, and you know, this is a really good team now we're playing. So I think everyone's just really excited about the opportunity to go up there and play on primetime television and get the opportunity to knock off the champs.
And, you talk about that championship pedigree that they have. They've won 9 of the last 11, while UIW is just hardly getting going as a program in that span. So, when you see that on paper, you obviously hear all that noise. How do you kind of refocus your team just to remind them that this is one game? It doesn't matter what either team has done before this point. You're at this moment right now.
Yeah, I think, we've been underdogs in 2 games now, Nevada and Sacramento State. So I think our guys are fine with that, and we kind of use it as motivation and go out there and kind of handle our business.
Well, when you look at this matchup, I think it's going to be come down to the trenches, obviously, with the Bison. They love to run the ball. They're a big physical team. Talking to Darian Chafin earlier, he said they're just so fundamentally sound. How do you attack a team that's, quote-unquote, the Alabama of the FCS?
Yeah, they are definitely a very well-coached team, very fundamentally sound. I think it is going to come down to the game in the trenches, and I like our guys. Like I told you when I got this job, I think our offensive line is the best in the country, and I think our defensive line, when we went out and recruited and built that thing to where it is now, I think it's up there. So. When they play well, there's nobody that plays better. We got depth, we got size. So I'm excited to really go see that matchup, our defensive line versus their offensive line.
That seems to be where the game is going to be won and lost. So keeping North Dakota State off schedule, if you will, where maybe you force them into some passing third downs. That's probably the key every game, but it seems especially this week when they have 2 running backs and you want to make them maybe make plays through the air.
Yeah, and just like last week, we did a really good job of getting them into third down. We just at times didn't do we had some penalties and stuff on third down, and they converted some big third downs. So just like it is every week, like you said, but getting off the field on third downs, especially those third and long situations, those 6+ and the passing downs, when everyone in the stands know you're going to throw the ball, being able to get off the field will be big.
What did you make of the defensive performance last week? And obviously 4 turnovers, 21 points off of turnovers, plus the scoop and score from Kalechi. But, the defense was on the field a lot in that second half, over 100 plays the entire game. Sacramento State also outgained you. I know the offense is kind of score very quickly. Is there a mentality of trying to shorten the game or shorten the amount of time the defense is on the field and taking a little bit more time on offense?
No, we're going to score as fast as we can on offense. That's just kind of what we do. And the defense has played really well all year. And like you said, they got a bunch of turnovers in the game on Saturday that led to points and scored a touchdown on defense. So, stats aren't everything, so I think our guys are, they're well prepared, and I think they're ready to, kind of rebound in their mind versus North Dakota State.
That is something that you don't have to give away your secrets, but I was impressed by the defense's conditioning because we talked about it already. Just an insanely high-scoring game last week against Sacramento State, and your defense was out there on the field the whole time. Not the whole time, but a good chunk of the time. And what is the secret there to keeping them fresh and powering through such a just emotional game?
Yeah, I think we have great depth. We played a lot of guys, and they're well coached and well trained, and Brett Huth does a really good job with those guys, and we've taken care of their bodies, since that bye week, because we did have 10 straight weeks of games, and then you have a bye week, and then you play Northwestern, then you have another bye week, so we try to take advantage of letting their bodies heal. And then obviously the Furman game was a 4-quarter game, and then this last game was a 4-quarter game. So, our guys, though, I really do feel like, as much as they can be, they're pretty fresh and injury free.
And we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Lindsay Scott Jr. I mean, we're 7 minutes into this interview and have yet to even talk about him because that's how good the game was. And he was, again, just the legend of him, continues to grow with a game-winning drive and using his legs a lot the last 2 weeks. How much do you try to get him established in the running game as well as continuing to use his arm?
Yeah, I think, and I kind of said it from the beginning, like we know he can run the ball, right? And so we wanted to get him to the playoffs before we started really doing that, because he's really dangerous with the ball in his hands, and that he's proven that the last couple of weeks. So it definitely adds another dimension and a dangerous one at that to our offense, and he's a special talent, and I don't even know how many touchdowns he needs to break stuff, but when if he does or when it does, I mean, I told him last night, I mean, you got to go down as the greatest of all time. I mean, you own all the records, the touchdown records. I mean, you're in the Final Four, got opportunity to play in national championship. I mean, you got an opportunity to go out as the real GOAT of the FCS.
I think he's like 3 away from Bailey Zappi's record that he set last year, 1 from the Division II record, and that covers all of them. Yeah. So, I mean, it's been a remarkable season nonetheless.
Yeah, and he broke the passing record against North Dakota State. So just what an unbelievable year, and I can't believe that such a crazy season has accumulated to the semifinals. So Coach, congratulations and thank you for the time.
Appreciate you being here, and good luck on Friday night.
Thank you very much.
That was G.J. Kinney's pregame thoughts as we got a chance to speak to him earlier in the week. I'm Carl Schoening along with Sam Kamen. We got our camera back, and I don't think it'll be an issue in the second half. So we're happy you joined us here on this audio-only broadcast, UIW versus North Dakota State, the FCS semifinals. It's 17-16 at the half. The Bison with the lead. Sam, this is the first time all year that UIW has been down at the half.
And it's really remarkable. It says a lot about the type of team UIW has, and it's just another thing they've got to overcome. The last 2 games were really the tightest games they've been in all year, and facing the same type of adversity. Got to come on the road in a hostile environment versus the defending national champions. They're not going to give it to you. You got to go earn it here in the second half, and it's all about how they respond to the last 17 points that they scored after going up 16-0.
Well, last week, UIW saw perhaps the best offense that they could possibly see in these FCS playoffs. This is the best defense that they can possibly see in these FCS playoffs. And I was told before the game that NDSU prides themselves on their defensive backs. They think that secondary is the best part of their team. And so far, that has seemed to be the case. Well, we appreciate y'all on YouTube. If you maybe see if there's any comments worth us talking about, I'll go through the stats, and maybe there's something we can discuss here with about 8.5 minutes until the start of the second half. Your score 17-16, NDSU leads UIW. First downs won by UIW. They have 13 to NDSU's 6. In terms of rushing yards, UIW has 26 attempts for 122 yards, while NDSU has 24 for 107. Passing yards, UIW also with the lead, a whopping 110-5. That's right, North Dakota State does not like to air it out. They are only 1 of 9 on their passing attempts with Cam Miller throwing it. And UIW has 11 completions on 22 pass attempts and 1 interception, only the 7th of the season for Lindsay Scott Jr. Total offense, 48 plays, 232 yards for UIW, 33 plays, 112 yards for NDSU. Fumbles, UIW doesn't have any recorded. I feel like that is not right, as
that was fumble returns.
Fumble returns. Oh, there you go.
4 fumbles, 2 of them they lost.
I missed. I jumped on the return there as I was looking at fumbles on the returns there. Yeah, punts. For fumbles. And then when it comes down to it, let's go to some individual numbers, as UIW is led in total gained yards by Marcus Cooper. 51 was his 51 yards gained, but he nets all 51 for 9 carries. Jarrell Wiley, 5 carries for 48 yards on gains, and he lost 3, so that nets out to 45 yards and a touchdown to Jarrell Wiley, who just really marched down the field on that second offensive drive of the game for UIW to put them up 2 touchdowns. Lindsay Scott, 12 rushing attempts for 26 yards. He has 28 yards lost. One of those is a big sack that happened just at the end of the half. Then let's go to passing. Lindsay Scott Jr., 11 of 22, 1 interception, 110 yards, 1 touchdown. Receiving, Marcus Cooper, 3 catches for 33 yards. Darian Chafin, 3 catches on 7 targets for 12 yards. CJ Hardy, 2 catches, 44 yards. And Taylor Grimes, 2 catches for 9 yards. And we saw this situation last week, Sam, as Darian Chafin and Taylor Grimes had less than 10 yards receiving at the half against Sacramento State. Maybe a repeat is in the works here in Fargo. Going over to North Dakota State side of things, they are led in rushing by Cam Miller on 9 carries. He has 59 yards and a touchdown. Kobe Johnson has 9 carries for 38 yards and a TD. TK Marshall, 5 carries for 15 yards. And Jalen Bussey, 1 carry, and he lost 5 yards, and that was his only carry of the game. In terms of receiving, Joe Stuffle, 1 catch, 5 yards. That's it. So we talk about it, Sam. Passing, not the priority for UIW. And if I didn't give you the score, which is 17-16, Bison with a 1-point lead, and just told you all those stats, I think you'd be surprised. But right before our coach interview ended at the halftime little break for us, we were talking about it. Turnovers are the key here, and just a couple, not even mistakes, just sort of the ball not necessarily bouncing your way, quite literally on one of the plays that led to 3 points for NDSU.
3 turnovers for the Cardinals, just something you can't do against a fundamentally sound team like the Bison. They just don't hurt themselves. They make the other teams fully beat them. Like, they never give away too much. When you're so fundamentally sound, you do all the little things so well, and that's why they don't necessarily grab. They're not the flashiest team. They're not gonna necessarily run you out of the water, but they just grind out wins, and it shows when you look at all the national championships they've got.
They got a lot. They have one banner that has a whole bunch of numbers for the years that they have won the championships.
17 and 9 coming at the FCS level.
A fair comparison, and I think the people in San Antonio might appreciate this, is they're very Tim Duncan Spurs-like.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be the flashy team that gets a whole bunch of dunks and runs that very fast-paced offense, although later in his career Tim did have a big fast-paced offense. But still, they do the fundamentals correctly, and they execute very well, and they have taken advantage of Cardinals' mistakes so far, which gives us this 17-6 lead. We're about 4 minutes away from the start of the second half. Anybody have anything to say on YouTube?
Nothing really,
Okay.
just
no
besides some hellos and some great commentary of rooting on the Cardinals like we all are, but just kind of looking, you went through those stats, and the biggest thing that I saw was just the jump that between quarters, 197 yards for the Cardinals in that first quarter, held to 45 in that second quarter. I mean, weren't able to get anything on the ground. 8 carries for 6 yards in the second quarter, 5 for 11 through the air. They just, whatever adjustments the Bison made, if they made any, between quarter 1 to quarter 2, really worked. And so, again, a lot of this, when you have half times, you're going to make adjustments on each side. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of adjustments the offense makes with head coach G.J. Kinney and offensive coordinator Mac Leftwich, as well as Jonathan Patke on the defensive side, where you saw NDSU start to gain some footing towards the end of it. It's so funny because that first quarter was all Cardinals and that second quarter was all NDSU, so it just mirrored each other. So should be in store for a great second half, nonetheless.
Let's go over those scoring plays here before the final 2 minutes of halftime. UIW wasted no time. First drive of the game at the 10:37 mark, Darian Chafin caught a 1-yard touchdown pass from Lindsay Scott. The point after attempt was good, 7-0 your score. And then UIW on their second drive of the game had Gerald Wiley rush for 15 yards and pick up the second touchdown of the game. Then at the 7:33 mark, the ensuing NDSU possession, a safety after a mistake where Braylon Bussey decided to touch it at the 2-yard line and then step out of bounds. One of the stranger things that I've seen that seemed to be intentional done, and that led to UIW getting the safety. And then in the first quarter, NDSU finally gets on the scoreboard as they score on a 27-yard field goal from Crosa. And then in the second quarter, they get their first touchdown at the 4:46 mark, as that was Kobe Johnson rushing for 4 yards, making it 16-10. UIW still had the lead until the 47-second mark in the first half. Cam Miller, 2-yard touchdown rush to make it 17-16. UIW led for pretty much all but that final 47 seconds of the first half, and the Bison elected to defer, so they're going to get the first possession of the second half.
Yeah, Cam Miller trying to be that go-to guy, especially in the run game, because for the most part, they weren't able to get anything going. He's their actually leading rusher, 9 carries, 59 yards. And then their leading back, Kobe Johnson, 38 yards on 9 carries, also a touchdown. So, again, nothing changes from first half to second half, and what the Cardinals need to do. They got to stop the run. They've got to win the trenches. Somehow, some way, that's the key to their success on the defensive side, and continue to make Miller beat them through the air, which, as we pointed out, he's very uncomfortable. 1 for 9, only 5 passing yards. So expect a lot of heavy boxes from the Cardinals here on this opening possession.
Braylon Henderson is back to receive this kickoff from Tony Sterner. In fact, actually, it'll be Kevin Wynn who will punt it away. Also back deep to return for NDSU is Ryan Jones, and Jones will be the one who takes it at the 5 to the right hash mark at the 15, makes a defender miss at the 25, and then he is brought down a step after that. Nice tackle made by Elliott Davison to keep that from being a bigger return. They mark him down at the 26-yard line.
Here we go. See if the Bison can continue with that momentum they had late in the second quarter with 2 straight touchdowns, or is it going to be very similar to what we saw in that first quarter? Cardinals able to stop the run.
First drive of the second half belongs here to the Bison. They have a 17-16 lead. 14:54 left to play in this third quarter. We're just underway from halftime. 2 fullbacks to the right side on the power eye look. It's a toss to Johnson, who has a hole around right end, and then a swipe tackle will bring him down as he gets to the 31-yard line.
Caleb Culp with a big-time tackle, because if Johnson gets by Culp, he might be off to the races.
2nd and 5 after a gain of 5 for Johnson. Ball at the 31-yard line. And the Bison love to milk the clock. They break the huddle with 20 seconds on the play clock. Go to a spread look now as they alternate between under center and shotgun. In the shotgun, it's Cam Miller. Fakes the handoff, and he runs up the middle, gets across the 35 to the 40, picks up the first down for the Bison, and then he surrenders his body at the 42-yard line.
Cam Miller has been the key difference in this Bison offense. Just sparked them with a couple big runs and continuing to play that RPO, more of a read option QB run game. And gotta say that the Cardinals are going to have to dare him to throw the ball.
Ball at the 42-yard line, 1st and 10. Under center is Miller. He sends the fullbacks to the left side of the line. Power eye look for Marshall, and Marshall will go up the gut. He gets past the defenders, but then saving the day is Isaiah Paul, who, as he fell down, still tripped him up at the ankles, gain of 9.
And another big-time touchdown-saving tackle right there. Starting to see a couple more holes by the Bison offensive line open up, that time between Malk and Jensen on that left side.
2nd and 1, ball in now Cardinals territory at the 49-yard line. Wide receiver on the left side as Miller's under center. Power eye look. Johnson is the eye, and Johnson will get it on a stretch play to the left. He has a whole lot of room as he crosses the 45 to the 40. Down the left side on at the 30 to the 20. Nobody in front of him. Flag comes in on the play as he trots into the end zone. Touchdown for NDSU at the moment. That will put them ahead 23-16, but I think this flag is going to go against the Bison.
This one's coming back, and none of the coaches on this near sideline for the Bison like the call. But there could have been a couple holds, whether it was on the wide receiver, tight end, or a couple guys, Cardinals holding their hands up like, hey, I'm getting held.
And let's see what the crew has as we go down there close.
Foul on the play. Touchdown.
Wow. No foul on the play. Touchdown NDSU. 49-yard touchdown run for Kobe Johnson.
And interesting. Waved the flag off there. Don't know how that one came to be, but either way, it's exactly what the Bison needed, coming out and extending that lead.
Griffin Crosa will attempt the point after. It is good to make it 24-16, your new score. NDSU scores on the opening drive of the third quarter, 24-16. We saw a replay, and it does look to me that Brian Mays got held up, but the officials decided that it wasn't enough to warrant a flag that did come out, and it seemed to be enthusiastically thrown, as I'm pretty sure it went about 20 feet in the air. But you know what? I guess after the conversation, they decided it didn't change the play or whatever the case was, and NDSU now has 24-16 lead.
And that just puts all the more pressure on Lindsay Scott Jr. to come up with the response, and that's pressure that he is welcoming and is well warranted, because when you're a Walter Payton finalist, you're going to have lots of pressure, and this is quite possibly one of the biggest games any of these players have played in thus far, and they got their backs against the wall now. Let's see how they respond to it.
74 yards, 3 plays on the drive. UIW looking to answer back. 12:56 left to play in the third quarter. Cardinals' first chance with the football since the locker room break. And Sam, you mentioned it. This is what Lindsay Scott Jr. and the offense wanted. They're in the defending champions' house. Adversity is something that is not new to them in these FCS playoffs. Talk about the Furman game. Talk about the Sacramento State game. They had to come back from trailing in the fourth quarter.
And this is something they just got to get back on track. They started the game out hot. I mean, 2 straight touchdowns, 10 plays, 75 yards that first drive, 6 plays, 85 yards the next time. This team can score lots of points. It's averaging 53 points a game, and they can score it quickly. We've seen so many times where it's a very explosive play. Against this Bison team, you're going to have to put quality drives together. They're too fundamentally sound to have a busted coverage and give you a freebie. You're going to have to earn it, and this is their time to respond with this is a huge drive.
Wiley and Wilson are back deep to receive. It'll be Will Cardinal sending away the kickoff. 3-point stance for everybody but Cardinal on NDSU 30-yard line. Cardinal, toe to leather, line drive, and I don't think anybody's going to want to return that, as Wilson doesn't even think about it. And a touchback to start off Lindsay Scott Jr. and the UIW offense at the 25-yard line. First possession for them in the third quarter. They trail 24-16.
This is Lindsay Scott Jr.'s time to shine. Get the Cardinals offense back on track. Try and put some points on the board. Possibly even tie this game up on this drive, but gonna have to do it against this Fargo Dome that's in a frenzy right now.
1st and 10 from the 25. 2 receivers on both sides from the left hash mark. Lindsay Scott in the shotgun. Cooper to his left. Option quickly out to Cooper, and Marcus Cooper picks up a couple yards before he is drilled down by Michael Tusi.
Yeah, good hit on Cooper. Good pickup as well. Little shovel pass. And Cardinals continue to go with tempo.
2nd and 7 from the 28. Another give to Cooper, and he tried to go around right in. He'll pick up a yard before he hits a wall of yellow and green.
Yeah, we're going to get a super charged and fired up Fargo Dome. Another 3rd down. UIW facing 50% on the year.
3rd and 6 from the 29.
Only 1 for 8 today.
2 men in the backfield with Lindsay Scott. Receivers stacked on either side. Cole Wilson will now go in motion. Dropping back for a pass is Scott. He looks to the left side. It's completed to Wilson. He spins away from one defender. Picks up the 1st down as he's dragged down. And a good play made by Cole Wilson to break one defender and get the 1st down.
And we're going to get some more tempo. You get 1 1st down, you're going to go fast.
1st and 10 from the 38. Lindsay Scott on a screen play out to the left side. It's completed across the 40. Wilson again extends for about the 43-yard line. Cardinals on their own side of the field, and again, they're going fast like you said, Sam.
Cole Wilson had the game winner versus Furman. Doesn't make many big plays. 2 big catches right there.
2 receivers on both sides. 2nd and 5. A pass to the left side is completed to Grimes. Then he steps out of bounds after picking up the 1st down in Bison territory at the 48-yard line.
Again, if you're not going to be able to beat them deep, take what they give you. Take the chunk plays and slowly, methodically move the ball. Another 1st down.
Trips right, and it'll be a screen to the right side, set up for Wilson as he tries to get some space to the 45-yard line, hit by a couple defenders, and brought down on the play by Destin Talbert.
And we got an injured Bison.
That was the other man in on the tackle, Dawson Weber, 1st team All-Missouri Valley Conference cornerback, and that would be a blow if he can't come back into the game for the Bison.
And this is a Bison team that has been super banged up all year. Like, I mean, you talk about on the offensive side having 2 of your 3 key running backs and fullbacks out. I mean, you got Hunter Lupke, that one of the top fullbacks in the country, one of those NFL prospects for this team. But you got 9 starters at the beginning of the year that have gone out, both on the offense and defensive side of the ball. So if he is unable to return, it's just kind of par for the course for this North Dakota State team that has been a little bit plagued by injury.
UIW on the Bison side of the field. 2nd and 7, ball on the 45-yard line. Weber was able to leave under his own power. 4 down linemen, open middle of the field. Man defense set up here. It's 5 wide for Lindsay Scott. He's watching a blitz potentially. 2nd and 7. He claps his hands to get the snap. Quick pass to the right side, caught by Chafin, and then he's pushed out of bounds. Solid gain to the 40. He's about 2 yards shy of the yard to gain. 3rd and 2 coming up for UIW.
And this is definitely 4 down territory for the Cardinals.
2 receivers stacked on both sides. Quick snap back to Scott. He'll keep it as he fakes the pass to Cooper, and he gets the 1st down a little bit more. Stays on his feet past the 35 to the 31-yard line. Lindsay Scott showing us that his knee injury that kind of worried us at the end of the 1st half is doing just fine. He moves the chains to the 31-yard line of the Bison, and they're keeping the tempo quick. 2 receivers on both sides. Scott will drop back on a play action under pressure. Steps up in the pocket, decides to tuck it in and run to the left side. And he will get to the 30 before he's pushed out of bounds. Weber back in on the play, forced him to the angle, only allowing him to pick up a yard. They'll give him 2.
And another injured Bison in the backfield. Looks like it's defensive lineman number 56 or 58. I
think it's 56, Lashaka Rokas.
Yeah, coming across that far sideline against Emeno Obibo and just missing the sack on Lindsay Scott. Got his left arm on his shoulder pad. Might have pushed his shoulder or arm out of socket. Might just have to pop that one back in.
He's helped up, but he'll be able to walk off under his own power and get a applause from the fans here as Lashaka Rokas will exit the game for at least a play. Body language doesn't seem too happy about what he's feeling. 2nd and 8 for UIW. Ball at the 29-yard line in Bison territory. UIW trying to answer back after the Bison scored on the first drive of the third quarter. 10:04 left to play in the third. 2 receivers on both sides from the left hash mark. Offset pistol. Marcus Cooper behind Lindsay Scott, and now Cooper will exit out of the backfield. Scott will drop back for a pass. Scans across the field, throws it across the middle, and caught by Cole Wilson. He had it knocked out of his hands, and then he dives for it and picks up the first down for UIW.
Great concentration by Cole Wilson. Seeing it not the first time and able to grab and hang on. Got both hands under that one.
1st and 10 from the 13, empty backfield. Scott on the draw, goes around left end of the 10, and he's tripped up just before the 5. Tackle made on the play by Logan Thompson.
An empty look there, 5 out, and a QB draw. There's just so much that you can do if you're offensive coordinator Mac Leftwich with Lindsay Scott at your disposal.
2 receivers or 2 men in the backfield with Lindsay Scott. 2 receivers on the right. Single receiver is Grimes on the boundary side to the left. And now Hardy will go in motion right to left. 2nd and 3. Dropping back is Scott. Throws across the middle. It's caught by Chafin. He gets to the line to gain potentially, but he is hit by Michael Tutsi, and they will mark him just short. Chafin took a lick, and it'll be 3rd and inches here. Ball out around the maybe 5-yard line. I think that's where they'll mark it. They have the ball at the 4, and that seems to be the yard to gain.
I think it's a half a yard short. It looks like the line to gain's like the 3.5.
That's crazy.
Tough for our vantage point.
8:30 left in the third quarter, and the clock moving. 24-16 your score. Bison with the lead. UIW trying to get in the end zone, and they could tie it up on a 2-point conversion. Play clock down to 5. Scott has 2 men in the backfield out of the shotgun from the left hash mark. Gives it to Cooper, and Cooper gets that half yard needed to get the first down, I believe, as it's pretty close. They should move the chains here, as it looked like that was a first down run.
Signaled for the first down.
They're taking their time, but now it looks like it will be a first down. 1st and goal from around the 3.5-yard line.
Cardinals had trouble punching it in. Got stopped on 4th and goal. Need to punch this one in.
Under 8 minutes to play in the third quarter. Scott in the shotgun. Roger McCullough points out something happening on the UIW sideline. It'll be a change of the play. 7 seconds on the play clock. Scott gets back into the shotgun. Offset pistol to Cooper to his right. A give to Marcus Cooper. Bouncing out around right end. He gets to the 2-yard line. Might have even gotten to the 1. They'll mark him down at the 1. Clock will resume at 7:30 left to play in the third. And Marcus Cooper and the UIW offense a yard away from cutting into this NDSU lead.
This is where games are won and lost. You've got to be physical right here. Man on man, mano y mano, hat for a hat. Got to punch this one in.
Scott in the shotgun. From the 1-yard line, Scott trying to take it himself into the end zone. He got it. Touchdown, UIW. 1-yard touchdown run by Lindsay Scott Jr. And for Scott, that is his 10th rushing touchdown of the year. UIW should go for 2 here because at the moment they trail 24-22. They could tie it up if they can get in the end zone on a 2-point conversion.
And just a great physical run there by Lindsay Scott Jr. Looked like it might have been caught in the backfield. Went with a QB counter and just running through wimpy tacklers. Number 20, Julian Wadarczyk with a little arm tackle. They're going to set up this play just in between midfield and the left hash.
2-point conversion attempt here for Lindsay Scott in the shotgun. Marcus Cooper to his right. And it's a shovel pass to Grimes, and Grimes isn't going to be able to cut back towards the goal line, and that'll end the point after attempt for UIW. Our new score after UIW and NDSU both score on their opening drives of the second half. The Bison 24, the Cardinals 22. 7:05 left to play in the third. Carl Schoening along with Sam Kamen on the YouTube audio-only broadcast of UIW versus NDSU. And now we talk about maybe both teams starting to find their rhythm on the offensive side of the field. Maybe it's going to be that shootout we talked about.
We saw it last week, kind of back and forth there at halftime, and then that second half was just back and forth, touchdown after touchdown after touchdown. Again, at some point, you got to make a stop, especially now Cardinals unable to get that two-point conversion, so they will be chasing the rest of the way. Got to somehow find a stop and get the ball back into your offense's hands that finally responded, able to get back on track like they did in the first quarter.
Cardinals need a turnover some point in this game. They don't need it, but I feel like that would really help their cause. Obviously, a turnover would help their cause, but right now the turnover differential favoring the Bison, and UIW at least answered back to the touchdown scored by the Bison to start off this third quarter with a touchdown of their own.
Yeah, just a good response there, needing a touchdown there, because after a couple punts, plenty of turnover on downs, you had to see some sense of life from this offense, and they do what they've done all season, go down the field, find the end zone, and we got a good one.
This is an NDSU offense that only allows 17.4 points per game. In terms of passing, they only allow 160 yards per game to their opponents and 139.5 yards on the ground. But UIW's offense, they average 53 points per game. They average 211 yards on the ground, 372 in the air. And I get the feeling both teams starting to find their rhythm on offense. It might come down to the defensive stops and perhaps, as I mentioned, turnovers and mistakes.
And that's where this NDSU style of play just wears and just grinds down their opposition, because so much you take just a physical toll, play after play, just hitting every single time with offensive linemen and defensive linemen clashing play after play after play. So we'll see if the quote-unquote march is on for the Bison this drive.
Braylon Henderson and Jalen Bussey back deep to receive the kickoff from Kevin Wynn, who usually handles the punts, but he's getting the opportunity here to send it away from the 35. Total leather end-over-end kick that'll be taken by Bussey at around the 6-yard line, working towards the right hash mark. Big hit inside the 20. Ball comes loose, and almost picking up is Elliott Davison, but a huge hit laid on by the Cardinals' Tyrese Brown.
And I think he was down, but Tyrese Brown absolutely mollywops the return man. Huge hit, almost jarring it loose, and that would have been a well-timed turnover.
I appreciate the officials having learned not to blow the whistle when they think the play is dead, if that could have potentially led to a scoop and score for the kicking UIW Cardinals. Instead, I think you're right. They mark him at the 17-yard line, and we have a media timeout here at the Fargo Dome.
It just gives us time to look back at that game, that first meeting once again, 58-0. I mean, UIW has come so far since the last time they were in Fargo. They were 52.5-point underdogs. Underdogs again tonight. 9.5 was the spread. And I mean, if I had, obviously, me being a homer too, I would have put money if I was able to bet. And so far, that's looking good. But the thing is Cardinals don't want to cover. They want to win this outright and continue their historic season that they've had.
6:58 left to play in the third quarter. The Bison with a 2-point lead, 24-22. Looks like the media timeout is close to being over any moment now. We don't have the same luxury we had in Sacramento where we had the big flashing numbers, how much time was left in the break, but the officials whistle up the teams, and UIW ready to play some defense.
They need a stop here. It's 3 straight scoring drives for the Bison. Got to find a stop that they had in the first quarter, just 3 and out after 3 and out after 3 and out.
6:58 left in the third. 1st and 10. Ball on the 17-yard line for Cam Miller and the Bison offense. Miller in the shotgun. He has a fullback to his left, and he'll be a designed Miller run, and he is wrapped up by Chris Whitaker after following up the gut for a gain of 2. And that's not necessarily an on-schedule play, as we were talking about. You want to keep them off schedule if you're UIW's defense.
Yeah, good job by clogging up holes once again. 2 yards isn't something that would necessarily quote them off schedule, but we'll see.
2nd and 8, ball at the 19-yard line for NDSU in their own territory. Trips left, and it's a designed run to the opposite side here for Miller. Miller gets the first down before he's pushed out of bounds by Brian Mays.
Again, Miller, I full and wholeheartedly believe that he's the one, he's the X factor, because you know you're going to get TK Marshall, you're going to get Kobe Johnson. What can Cam Miller provide? And it hasn't been through the air. It's been all on the ground, something we've expected, but he's rising to the occasion in the rushing numbers.
Well, that's what Cam Miller needs to do. He has only 1 completion on the game, but he's been hurting the Cardinals with his legs. Power eye look as he goes under center. 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. Bison in their own territory. Give to Kobe Johnson following his blockers around left end. And then he is wrapped up by Elliot Davison for no gain on the play. In fact, it might have been a tackle for a loss about half a yard back.
And good job by Elliot Davison, as well as the entire defensive line there, getting in their rushing lanes, not allowing a hole to form, bouncing it outside, leads them right to Davison, and it's been a sure tackler here in the postseason. Double-digit tackles last game.
2nd and 10 from the 28 on the left hash mark. Miller in the shotgun. Sends a man in motion and gives it to Henderson on the end around. He's going to jet sweep, but get hit in the backfield. Fights forward for the 30, and they'll give him the 30-yard line before a few white helmets of the Cardinals were able to get there. Brandon Richards in on the stop.
And Elliot Davison setting the edge that time, lighting up TK Marshall, and that allows Kelechi Anya-Belechi, as well as a slew of Cardinals to swarm to the ball. And now, like I said, off schedule, pretty much an obvious passing down now.
3rd and 8, 4:33 left to play in the third quarter. Cam Miller in the shotgun. He has TK Marshall to his right. Barks out new orders as he sees the defense, edge blitz coming from the left side. He's going to drop back for a pass hit as he throws, and it's broken up. Incomplete. Brandon Richard keeps that one away from the intended receiver as they were looking for Eli Green.
Just great coverage on a 10-yard out route. Would have been a first down. Diving coverage there. And gets his hand in there. Perfectly played. No PI chance at all there from Richard. And another punt now. First time in 3 drives.
And Cole Wilson back deep to receive this punt. Coming from Caden Steindorf. He'll step into it and send it away at the 20-yard line. High end-over-end kick and letting it hit the ground.
Get out of the way.
The Cardinals had a little bit of a scare as they did have to get out of the way. It rolls favorably for the Bison diagonally to around the 39-yard line, and a sigh of relief heard from both you and our coaches next door for UIW. 4:04 left to play in the third quarter. 2-point lead for the Bison. UIW has the football at their own 39-yard line for a first set of downs.
And it's a sigh of relief because we saw it in the first quarter when they tried to pin us deep and a fire drill not called. A guy slips, punt hits the guy, and that leads to a Bison score.
First and 10 from the 39. Lindsay Scott in the shotgun will call over Roger McCullough to line up as a wing left. A handoff to Gerald Wiley, and Wiley fights for the 40 before he is brought down on the play. The tackle made up front by one of the big men for the Bison, Javier Darrett.
And just no real push on that run, trying to run a counter.
2nd and 9 from the 40. Play action for Scott as he passes to the right side, just off the hands of Darian Chafin, incomplete. He raises his hand to say, my bad, and it sets up a 3rd and long for the Cardinals at the 40-yard line in their own territory.
Yeah, long throw from the far hash for Lindsay Scott Jr. On the money, just goes right through the hands of Darian Chafin. Very sure-handed wide receiver, and now it's 3rd down and long for the Cardinals.
The incompletion stops the clock at 3:41. 3rd and 9, ball on the 40-yard line. Lindsay Scott in the shotgun. He has Gerald Wiley to his right. Man in motion is Cole Wilson. He gets it on the end around, going around to the 40, to the 50, and he is dropped after picking up the first down at the 41-yard line. Cole Wilson picks up the first down on the end around from Lindsay Scott.
What a play call. Doing a jet sweep, opposite side, running away from the blitz, and it's a first down.
1st and 10 from the Bison 41-yard line. Scott will drop back for a pass. Thought about throwing it across the middle, decides to throw it down towards the end zone, looking for Grimes. Grimes comes down with it inside the 5. He gets it to the 1-yard line.
Spencer Wagee coming on that left side. Lindsay Scott Jr. being flushed to his non-throwing side, decides to point Taylor Grimes all the way to the end zone, take a deep shot, and finally they get one to go their way as we got an injured Bison at the line of scrimmage. But it's going to set up 1st and goal for the Cardinals.
Nick Kubitz is the man that is being tended to for NDSU, as it'll be 1st and goal from the 1 for UIW as we pause for the injury timeout. Bison lead at 24-22, 3:11 left to play in the 3rd quarter. UIW scored on their first drive of this 3rd quarter. They got the stop by keeping the Bison off schedule on their last offensive possession. And now, because of Taylor Grimes connecting from Lindsay Scott, the ball is at the 1-yard line.
And it just continues. That just shows how special Lindsay Scott Jr. is. I mean, there's not many guys in college football, not just the FCS level, but the FBS level, that can do that. Rolling to his non-throwing side, corking back all the way, delivering a beautiful dime to Taylor Grimes, and the All-American connection right there. I mean, you got Taylor Grimes and Darian Chafin. Haven't seen much from Chafin, but that 1-2 punch is so hard to cover, and Taylor Grimes, again, making a big-time play when it's needed the most.
I apologize for misidentifying the Bison. It was actually Lashako Rokas who was able to get up under his own power. He's had to leave the game from an injury timeout earlier. 1st and goal from the 1, 3:11 left in the 3rd quarter. UIW trails by 2, but they look to punch it in the end zone here as Scott has it in the shotgun. Wiley to his left. And Scott will keep it on the zone read into the end zone. Touchdown, Lindsay Scott. UIW takes the lead.
2nd rushing touchdown for Lindsay Scott Jr. He can do it not only in the air, but on the ground. Led the Southland Conference at Nicholls State last year as a quarterback. Led all rushers in that conference. Hadn't had to do it much, but when it's playoff time and it's a must-win situation, he's going to pull out all the stops, and that includes using his legs a little bit more.
Point after attempt, Chance Rosas will hold for Carson Moore, who sends it through the uprights and good. And your new score with 2:59 left to play in the 3rd. The UIW Cardinals 29, the Bison 24. UIW reclaims the lead here in the 3rd quarter.
And just a great drive there. 5 plays, 61 yards, and a whopping 1:05 off the clock. That's kind of
that's a UIW drive for you.
that's what we're accustomed to seeing if you're from San Antonio or very familiar with this high-flying offense.
We're in a media timeout here at the Fargo Dome. We don't take timeouts here in the UIW booth. We're just like the team, pedal to the metal. Carl Schoening, Sam Kamen, happy you joined us on YouTube. We're talking you through those commercials you've probably already seen a dozen times.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I haven't watched much TV lately just because we've been calling the game, so I'm kind of out of the loop on which commercials are going.
I think they're all the same, but they're holiday themed now.
Very true.
2:59 left in the third. UIW with the 5-point lead, 29-24. Kevin Wynn will punt away. Bussey back with Henderson to receive. End over end, and it'll be taken by Bussey at the 5-yard line. He'll shift back towards the right hash mark, follow a blocker at the 20 to the 25, and he is tripped up at the 30, and they'll officially mark him down at the 34-yard line. If it weren't for being tripped up, I think once again for UIW, that was the defensive player Tyrese Brown, and it might have been Elliott too. I didn't quite see who got the swipe because they had to fight off a Bison for that, and he almost stayed on his feet.
Yeah, Elliott Davison was the one that swiped, and I mean, we've seen 3 or 4 shoestring tackles by the Cardinals. Bison inches away from busting one open and taking it to the house, and hey, football has always been a game about inches, so we saw it on the other side for the Cardinals.
1st and 10 for the Bison from their own 34-yard line. Cam Miller on the zone read will keep it, goes around to the right side and picks up about 5 yards. They might even give him a little bit more, closer to the 43-yard line. That's a very generous spot if so, and gain of 9 on 1st down for Miller.
Yeah, good read there by Miller. Sees the Cardinal edge defender pinch in, giving him enough space to hit the outside, get around the corner, and they're going to make a substitution, and the refs are going to grant them that.
2nd and 1, ball on the 43-yard line. Bison in their own territory, looking to establish the power run with 2 blockers on the left side. Play action for Miller, though. He's hit as he throws, going deep down towards the end zone. Flags come in as the receiver was held up, and celebrating because he wanted that call was Eli Green.
Yeah, and Cam Miller paid the price, though.
Brian Mays whistled for the PI, and automatic 1st down plus 15 more on that 2nd and 1. You love to go deep for it. I was a little surprised to see that they might just go for the easy play. Still only 1 completion on the game for Miller.
They'd been calling for Brian Mays to get called for a PI multiple times. Finally gets the yellow flag to go their way.
The 15-yard penalty pushes the Bison into UIW territory at the 42-yard line. 1st and 10. Miller in the shotgun will give it to Marshall. Marshall bounces outside. He was tripped up by Isaiah Paul, but still stayed on his feet before he went around right into the 38-yard line. And fans are upset as it looks like there might have been a little extracurricular activity at the end of the play.
I think could have been either side. Number 82 for the Bison finishing a block there. That was Joe Stuffle. But again, the refs have managed this one well, keeping the flag in their pocket, letting the guys on the field decide this one.
2nd and 6, ball into the 38-yard line. It'll be Miller in the shotgun, keeping it after faking it to Johnson. He has a hole on the left side, and Davison wraps him up from behind after he picks up the 1st down to the 27-yard line, moves the chains for the Bison.
And OCP's helmet comes off the field, or comes off his head, so he'll have to come off the field. And again, that zone read keep by Miller just continuing to give the Cardinals fits.
UIW with a 29-24 lead. The Bison driving to try and reclaim it. 1:13 left to play in the 3rd quarter. Miller under center. And an eye look with Johnson as the tailback. Toss to Johnson, who goes around left end, and then he is wrapped up and brought down by Caleb Culp after picking up about 4 yards to the 24-yard line.
This Cardinals secondary has been very sure in their tackles. Not many missed tackles on these big physical running backs for the Bison.
Officially a gain of 3. Puts the ball at the 23-yard line. 40 seconds left in the third quarter. Jumbo set out of the shotgun. It's Miller. He has Johnson to his left, Marshall behind him. And it is a give to Marshall, and Marshall goes behind his left guard, picks up the first down to the 15, and the Bison are in the red zone. The play is finally whistled dead after a couple extra pushes by NDSU that will not count.
And again, they're just forcing their will on the Cardinals, trying to wear them down as much as possible. They'll let this go all the way down to the end of the third. Flip fields. Everyone's got their 4 fingers up. And Cardinals retake the lead going into the fourth. But back and forth we presumably go.
When we come back, it'll be 1st and 10 at the 16. I should say when play resumes. We're not taking a break here. It's the third quarter coming to a close. These Bison like to chew clock. They're playing their power run game right now. And once again, if you're just joining us, Cam Miller, the quarterback for NDSU, has only completed 1 pass. That was for 5 yards.
The stickler is he's over 100 yards rushing with a touchdown. Kind of also opening up Kobe Johnson, who's got 96 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns, 229 as a team. So just under their season average right now. They'll most likely get it, only needing about 40-ish yards in the fourth quarter, and you already know they're going to go to their bread and butter when the time comes down to it.
A trip to Frisco on the line here in Fargo from Gate City Bank Field at the Fargo Dome. Carl Schoening along with Sam Kamen. It's 29-24 UIW with the lead. The Bison are driving. They have it in the red zone when play resumes in the fourth quarter. Anything stand out to you in the box score there, for Sam?
You know, we talk about time of possession being one of those big things that this NDSU team was going to try to shorten the game. It really hasn't been that way. I mean, they only have a 4-minute advantage. UIW's gotten the opportunities to score. It really comes down to, again, opportunities and taking advantage of them. They had 3 turnovers in that first half, didn't have one in that last quarter. And some big things that we'll look at too is, what do you do when the ball's in the red zone? Both of them 2 for 3 so far. Bison now in the red zone once again, needing a touchdown to reclaim the lead.
Lindsay Scott Jr. has 3 touchdowns on the day. He's now up to 72 on the season. And UIW's hoping that he has at least one, maybe a few more left in this final 15 minutes. But if the Bison have their way, they're going to chew up so much clock that the Bison or UIW doesn't have a chance to score multiple touchdowns. We'll see how this one ends.
And correct me, I need to correct myself. 3 for 3 are the Bison when inside the red zone. 4 for 5 for the Cardinals. That one being that fumble on 4th and goal. So
right before that, Taylor Grimes looked like he had caught a touchdown.
So again, both teams playing really stellar ball. Couple turnovers that the Cardinals would love to have back, but it doesn't matter. You can continue to right the ship and control your own destiny here with the final 15, with a chance to go to the FCS playoff or FCS championship.
Start of the fourth quarter, 29-24. Bison trail the Cardinals. Out of the shotgun, it's Miller, and he will keep it as he runs to the left on first down, and he is read well by UIW. On the pursuit is the big man, number 90, Sam Latham, getting the stop.
Yeah, great job of setting the edge was Latham, and then running down the line and catching Miller before he can cut up field and get any yardage. Great job on that zone read. Now a little behind the sticks.
It looks like this might have been a loss of 1. If nothing, it's a ball at the 17-yard line. 2nd and 10. Out of the shotgun, Miller will keep it, and then he is hit in the backfield once again by Sam Latham. This time it's definitely a tackle for loss to the 18, maybe 19-yard line.
And if Sam Latham does not make that tackle, it's a walk-in touchdown. Great job by Latham, reading his keys, making sure he does not fall for that eye candy, and a sure tackle. 3rd and long for the Bison.
3rd and 13, ball at the 19-yard line. Bison forced to pass.
1 for 10 through the air for Miller so far.
Out of the shotgun, Miller will drop back for a pass. It's a draw as he goes across the 20 to the 15. He is stopped at around the 10-yard line and then got his way to about the 6, but flags on the play. Looks like this will be a hold, pushing them back.
10-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Yeah, and exactly right on that call.
Otherwise, it would have been a 1st down, and I don't know if we would have expected anything else from Miller, who doesn't seem to really want to air it out. He would rather do it with his legs. But the penalty yardage will move him all the way back to the 29-yard line. 3rd and 23. And UIW with a 3-man front. And UIW defense ready for a pass.
Yeah, you want to keep everything in front of you right here.
3rd and 23 from the 29-yard line. In the shotgun, it's Miller. He'll drop back for a pass. Under pressure, he rolls out to the right. And now he'll just hit as he throws into the end zone and in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Zach Mathis. No flag on the play. Brings up 4th down.
But it was in and out of the hands, but it was the great defense from Elliott Davidson. Once again, he had 2 interceptions in this playoff run. Big one against Furman and another one last week versus Sacramento State. Plays the ball perfectly, sees his hands go up. That's when he attacks the ball, knocks it out, and forces a field goal.
46-yard field goal attempt coming up here for Griffin Crosa as he sends this one with enough distance and accuracy. It is good for 3 points to cut into the Cardinals' lead. 13:03 left to play in the 4th quarter. 29-27 your new score as that one was sent through by Crosa. And a new long on the season, as last week against Samford, he knocked one through from 44 yards out, does it from 46 just now.
Great kick there, but that's a win for the Cardinal defense. We talked about it last week. Field goals feel like punts, and they feel like wins, especially with this type of offense. If Lindsay Scott Jr. has found his rhythm here in the second half, 2 for 2 so far in scoring drives. If they can just continue to keep that rolling, this might be game over for the Bison.
We have a media timeout here at the Fargo Dome. Carl Schoening, Sam Kamen. You tuned into a good one, folks. 13:03 left to play in the 4th. Cardinals lead at 29-27. And now UIW, after holding their opponents to a field goal, looking to add on to their lead. And Sam Latham, a big part of that, as he got some key stops when they were in the red zone.
Yeah, 2 huge tackles to set them up with 3rd and long, and then another penalty by the Bison, a costly one. You talked about penalties being huge in this one. That was a big penalty, backing them up to where it was just really throw it to the end zone and hope for the best, because 3rd and 23 from the 29. You don't convert that many times, but the defensive line for this Cardinal team has played outstanding and have really bounced back from the Sacramento State game where you give up 66 yards, or 66 points in the highest scoring FCS playoff game ever. And a lot of that had to do with the rushing attack of the Hornets, 330 yards on the ground, only giving up 226 today. And that's really, it's been incredible because you see 226 yards, you're like, man, that's a lot of rushing yards. But that's all they've had. They've had 5 passing yards the entire game. So that's the entire offense right now.
Exactly. That's why you can't be too down about the rushing numbers when you've kept the passing numbers in check, especially that last play in the end zone that kept it out of Zach Mathis's hands. Wilson and Wiley back deep to receive this kick from Will Cardinal from the 35, end over end, and a fair catch called at the goal line by Cole Wilson. Sets up UIW's offense at the 25-yard line for a touchback.
And going back to that knockaway by Elliott Davison, I mean, Elliott Davison is going up against a 6'6", 205 receiver, their biggest receiver on the Bison team. Big possession guy, can win a lot of 50-50 balls, unable to come up with it when it mattered most. And now Walter Payton, finalist, gets the ball back in his hands.
From his own 25-yard line, 1st and 10, Scott will give, and it's Marcus Cooper following his left side of the line to the 30-yard line. Gain of 5 for Cooper and UIW's offense. They lead at 29-27. Clock moving now at 12:50 left in the 4th quarter. UIW right back to the line, 2nd and 5 from the 30. Lindsay Scott will drop back for a pass. Completes the pass to Grimes on the left side, and he gets the first down at the 36-yard lines, moves the chains.
Nice little stop route, gets to the sticks, moves the chains.
1st and 10 from the 36. Scott, play action, drops back for a pass. Completes across the middle to Roger McCullough. And McCullough might have got 9, maybe 10 yards. They'll give him 9.5. So 2nd and half a yard here for UIW, who's right back to the line playing their game of up-tempo offense. 2 receivers to the right, single receiver to the left. 2 men in the backfield with Scott as Cooper to his right. And a give to Cooper, who goes around right in, follows the block of McCullough for the first down into Bison territory at the 49-yard line.
Good job by Cardinal offense, taking the check down. 2nd and short, gets the first down, keeping it rolling.
3rd and 10 from the 49 in Bison territory. Scott completes a pass to the right side and taking it to about the 41-yard line. Darian Chafin, 9 yards on the completion. And an injured NDSU player who was in on the tackle. And this is where, I don't really like the fact that the Bison were booing after a momentum play by NDSU when there was an injury timeout earlier, because I feel like this has happened a solid 5 or 6 times, an injured Bison as UIW's rolling. And we talked about this last time, Sam. There needs to be some kind of penalty that's fair to the player if he can get right back in if the wind is knocked out of him. So we're not talking a whole quarter, but also at the same time to prevent any maybe unsportsmanlike actions of stopping a fast-paced offense with an injury. Because I remember when Chip Kelly was the coach of the Eagles, G.J. Kinney was on the practice squad with them. There was a time where you could see the Giants were trying to make substitutions, and instead they were being told to go down and fake an injury, and you see 2 of them flop right onto the field, and that stops that high-power offense.
Yeah, that's part of the gamesmanship and definitely needs to be reviewed, but it's almost like it's got to be more of a official review during the injury timeout, because to see if they're looking to the sideline to get the word of, hey, I need to go down, or if it's, hey, I'm hurt, I'm trying to get up, and then it's like, no, I can't go, like I'm hurting. Like that, those are 2 different things of like, oh, I'm actually going to go down, versus like looking to the sideline, making eye contact with a coach, and he's saying, we're not going to have time to sub you out, especially with up-tempo teams. You see it. Lane Kiffin got mad at it a lot. You had Sacramento State win a little up-tempo last week. They like to go up-tempo. So some of the gamesmanship for sure needs to be looked at during the offseason.
Injured players able to leave under his own power. Couldn't quite make out the numbers. 2nd and 2 from the 41. Cardinals in Bison territory. Scott in the shotgun will give it to Cooper, who bounces back inside. Picks up the first down and more. Across the 30 to the 25-yard line. Tackle made by Michael Tutsi to keep Cooper from going even further.
Great patience by Marcus Cooper, giving his offensive lineman time to pull, set up his blocks perfectly. Leads to another first down.
1st and 10 from the 26. It'll be a keeper for Scott as he goes around left end. He picks up a couple yards to about the 23-yard line. And the stop made by Nick Kubitz.
And it was a great pull there from Lindsay Scott Jr. because you had a free runner of the Bison going right at Marcus Cooper. Would have been a tackle for loss. Instead, it's a gain of 3.
2nd and 7. Ball on the 23-yard line. The Cardinals knocking on the door of the red zone. Cooper empties out of the backfield 5 wide for Scott as he completes a pass to Grimes across the middle. Into the red zone now are the UIW Cardinals. A yard short of the yard to gain. Sets up 3rd and 1. And UIW right back to the line, right on top of that umpire. Reed Francis, the center, will snap. Empty backfield for Lindsay Scott. Quarterback draw. He will bounce outside, pick up the first down across the 15. Flags come in as he gets to the 10-yard line and he's out of bounds. But yeah, it looks like this is in the area of a hold against the Cardinals.
Hold or even a block in the back.
So 10-yard penalty will replay 3rd down. It'll be 3rd and 11. Yeah. Well, it's a spot foul, so perhaps not quite 3rd and 11. We'll see where they officially mark the ball, but that takes away the Lindsay Scott first down run.
Yeah, Nash Jones on that left tackle spot. As soon as Lindsay Scott Jr. bounces it out, the Bison tried to go with him. Nash Jones still engaged with him. Saw a jersey tug. That'll draw the yellow flag out.
3rd and 11 from the 27-yard line. Lindsay Scott empty backfield motions. Cooper in motion. Will take it himself after faking the end around. Goes to the left side and gets cut down at the 25-yard line. 4-down territory here for UIW, though. I think that was going to be a designed run play no matter what. However, seems like the field goal unit will come out. I think this is, we talk about it, when do you take the points? 10 minutes and ticking. UIW with a 29-27 lead. They just gave up a field goal. Here's a chance to answer back with a field goal of their own.
Trying to be conservative with that play call. Get enough yards for Carson Moore, who's been really stellar this year. Can he knock one through? It's big time.
From 41 yards, Moore from the left hash mark. Gets the distance. Does he get the accuracy?
Oh, yeah.
It is good for 3 points for UIW. They add on to their lead. 9:38 left to play in the ball game, and UIW now has a 32-27 lead. Carson Moore.
Season high.
I was about to say, we don't see him kick too many of those. His previous high was against Nevada, 38 yards. Last week, he knocked through a 24-yard field goal against Sacramento State on the season. He is now 8 of 10.
Yeah, and he's had 3 extra points tonight. Gets him to 90. I think he needed 4 to tie the FCS record for most extra points in a single season. So, I mean, when you have such an explosive offense, you're going to have a lot of records being broken, and one of those records coming in the kicking category. And it's a lost art. The special teams has played a big factor in this one, and that was a much needed kick because Bison got a big field goal last drive. Cardinals respond with one of their own.
9:38 left to play in the fourth quarter. UIW 32, Bison 27. Here at the Fargo Dome, Gate City Bank Field. The Fargo Dome actually owned by the city of Fargo, but it's the home of the Bison, no question about it, as this is where they have had just a dominating run in the FCS. 9 of the last 11 FCS championships won by the Bison. The last one that they didn't win was the spring season of 2021. That was taken by Sam Houston State. Then James Madison back in 2016. Now UIW trying to knock them off.
Trying to be the next Texas team to get into the FCS title books. And when you talk about the Fargo Dome being the Bison's 183 wins to only 28 losses in the Fargo Dome. 32-6 against top 10 FCS opponents. Won the last 78 of 80 versus non-conference opponents. And then obviously the playoff record, 33-1. But the Cardinals got a 5-point lead and can be that second team to knock off the Bison at home.
Butsy and Henderson are back deep to receive the kickoff from Wynn. He takes an 11-yard charge and wobbles this towards the boundary. It's out of play, and a kick out of bounds will set up great field position for NDSU. We have a official call here, of course. Eric Lewis, take it away.
Free kick out of bounds on the kicking team. Ball will be placed on the 30.
So it moves to the 30 as the kick out of bounds adds on 5 yards to what could have been a touchback instead. And once again, Kevin Wynn, who usually does the punting, filling in for Tony Sterner. Hopefully Tony's okay. 9:38 left to play in the fourth quarter. Bison trying to cut into the Cardinals' lead. It's 32-27 at the 30-yard line, 1st and 10 for Cam Miller. Ball on the 35, I beg your pardon. Miller trying to escape a couple tackles, and he gets to the out-of-bounds area before, or just before he was hit by Caleb Culp. So they'll keep the clock rolling here. Beg your pardon, 9:25 left to play, and Culp with a big hit. No gain on the play for NDSU.
And again, Isaiah Paul continues to have a stellar game. Had the initial pressure, making Miller continue to bounce it outside, leaving Culp with the tackle.
I thought the 30 was a weird call by Eric Lewis. It's actually the 35 where they start, 2nd and 10 after no gain. 9 minutes straight up to play in the fourth quarter. Miller drops back for a pass, scans to his right. He'll decide to tuck it and run across the 35 to the 40. 45-50. He's back in UIW territory, across the 40 and pushed out of bounds at the 31-yard line is where they'll mark him down.
Yeah, and that's just where Cam Miller's legs just become something you got to account for if you're defensive coordinator Jonathan Patke, because you don't want to have a QB spy on him, but you almost have to because of how dangerous he is with his legs. He hasn't done anything in the passing game. 1 for 11, 5 yards. Play man-to-man, 0 coverage. Give him a QB spy, but just an athletic play by Miller there.
Basically flips the field. He's at the 31-yard line in Cardinals territory. A toss out to Kobe Johnson, and Johnson breaks through the trenches on the left side. The 20, 15, 10, end zone touchdown, Bison. 31 yards as Kobe Johnson gives the lead back to NDSU.
And that's where this Bison team just wears on you physically and mentally. They're going to go for 2 here, try to go up 3, but another big run there. They haven't had many. The Cardinals have really done a good job of containing them and really clogging up those holes. Kobe Miller able to find one, and Miller's going to come out of the game here. Cole Payton, backup quarterback, is in.
5 players to the right side, 4 to the left. Now a man goes in motion left to right. It's a handoff to that man on the jet sweep, and then he tried to pass. It was deflected, but still falls into the hands of the intended receiver, Joe Stuffle. 2-point conversion works out for the Bison. They have a 35-32 lead with 8:11 left to play in the fourth quarter, and that's one that if you're a coach of football, you kind of write down and say, I might have to work on that one in practice, add to my playbook.
That was a interesting formation, to say the least. Great, oh my gosh, that was so good, because the creativity there of having a center, the quarterback, and everyone else to either side of the field and go jet sweep and still have that option to pass. I mean, it was almost defended very well by the Cardinals, being able to take the initial run up the middle. They took that one away, gave it to the jet sweep, and then Elliott Davison played both the runner and the pass, tipped it, just falls right into the Bison's hands.
Braylon Henderson was the man in motion who made the pass. Elliott Davison was the one who tipped it, as you mentioned, and then Joe Stuffle makes this a 3-point ball game on the 2-point conversion. Chance of Let's Go Bison ringing through the Fargo Dome. 8:11 left to play in the fourth quarter. Cardinals trying to regain the lead on the next possession. Media timeout here in Fargo. And I get the feeling
It just
that we're
sets
just
up.
going to have, like, what was it the last time? Basically the last team with time to score according to their offense.
Yeah.
Whoever has it last will win the game, perhaps.
And it just continues to set up Lindsay Scott Jr. to continue his heroics and just continue to add stuff to his list of accolades and build his legend of what has been an incredible year for him. Not just breaking UIW record after record, but FCS records and even all-time NCAA records, no matter what level it is, from FBS, FCS, D1, D2, D3.
Well, if you're a football fan and you've been watching the Cardinals, you've been entertained. If you're a Cardinals fan and you've been watching the Cardinals in this FCS playoffs, you've been stressed. Right now, I imagine that stress is really high. 8:11 left in the fourth quarter. Bison with a 35-32 lead. The ensuing kickoff after they take the lead on a Kobe Johnson touchdown run. Cole Wilson, Gerald Wiley back deep to receive the kickoff here from Will Cardinal. Cardinal only taking a 7-yard charge, toe to leather, booming kick. And Wilson will take it a yard in the end zone and decide to return it up the middle, across the 10 to the 15, and then he's cut down to the 20. Flag comes in. I think this will go against the Cardinals, unfortunately.
Looked like a block in the back. It's going to set the Cardinals up deep in their own territory. Needed a field goal to tie and a touchdown to take the lead.
During the return, block in the back. On the return team, number 25. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
Half the distance to the goal from the end of the return.
Samari Maxwell called for the block in the back.
They'll mark the yards off from the 16-yard line. They'll do a little math. I think that's 8 yards, so they'll put the ball at the 8.
92 yards away.
8:05 left to play in the ball game. Lindsay Scott Jr. in the shotgun from the left hash mark. 2 receivers on both sides. Marcus Cooper in the backfield with him. Scott trying to give the Cardinals the lead back as he drops back for a pass, decides to tuck it and run. A gap up the middle, slides across the 15. Gets that penalty yardage back as they mark him down at the 15-yard line.
Initial read 1-2 taken, so he just decides to tuck it down and run. Gets a good pickup there.
2nd and 3 from the 15. Scott, quick screen out to the left side. C.J. Hardy getting blocked for Taylor Grimes, and he picks up 3 yards. I think they'll mark the first down for UIW. They do.
Yep, right at the marker. Just a simple pitch and catch. Gets exactly 3.
1st and 10 from the 19-yard line. 2 receivers stacked on both sides. Another screen out to C.J. Hardy on the left side. Makes a man miss at the 25, gets to the 30, and then is out of bounds at around the 32, 33-yard line. First down, UIW.
When you don't have enough man on the sideline to cover that screen, it's a simple pitch and catch and one block, and it's an easy first down.
1st and 10 from the 33. Cardinals on their own side of the field. Play action from Scott. Completes the pass to the left side to Taylor Grimes as he was pushed out of bounds just past the 40-yard line. Pickup of about 7 yards on first down.
And this is what Lindsay Scott loves to do, just play and catch with his wide receivers. Clean pocket. Nice ball once again.
Trips right. Grimes is a single receiver on the left side. 2nd and 3. Pass out to the right side. Making a defender miss is Hardy. And then he gets it across the 50. That's actually Cole Wilson getting into the Bison territory, moving the chains for UIW.
What a move by Cole Wilson. Just let the Bison cornerback slide right past him, and another first down.
At the 48-yard line in Bison territory. Trips to the right, single receiver to the left, and a give to Marcus Cooper around left end. Follows Nash Jones' block to about the 43-yard line. Solid gain of 5 yards on first down.
Great job maintaining his balance right behind his blockers. Initially ran right into the back of his own guy, able to keep his feet and pick up half the yards on first down.
2nd and 5, ball on the Bison 43-yard line. Cardinals slowing down the pace just a little bit here. Offset pistol for Lindsay Scott. He has Marcus Cooper behind him to the left. Trips to the left, single receiver to the right. And now Marcus Cooper shifts over to the right side. Zone read, give to Cooper, and he's going to follow blocker to the 35 and down to the 32-yard line. Marcus Cooper picks up the first down for UIW.
Yeah, Amido Obibo didn't know who to block. There was no one to block as he pulled all the way to the left side, and Marcus Cooper was trying to push him to
New set of downs at the 28-yard line. Lindsay Scott will drop back for a pass. Looking towards the end zone. He overthrows his intended receiver, Taylor Grimes. That stops the clock at 6:01 on the incompletion. 2nd and 10 from the 28 coming up.
And we can finally breathe with how fast this team goes. Me and you talking over each other. We're having so much fun. We're intense. I mean, this is a great game. It's coming down to the wire. And good defensive play there by the Bison, covering up Taylor Grimes just enough.
UIW gets a breather for the moment as Lindsay Scott calls out a play. Marcus Cooper to his left as Scott's in the shotgun. Now he moves Cooper to the right side of the field. Trips left, 2 receivers to the right. Empty backfield for Scott, who drops back, scans to his right, completes to Chafin at the 20-yard line. They'll give him the 22. And a nice job by Darian Chafin to come down with the catch. He's a little bit cold today. Maybe that'll get him heated up.
He's been a little bit gimpy. Comes up hobbling. He's going to come off the field.
Cole Wineski there to make the stop right after the catch. 35-32, UIW trails by 3. Clock moving at 5:35 left to play in the 4th quarter. The Cardinals looking for 6 to take the lead back, and I believe a timeout will be whistled here.
As Chafin was trying to get off the field, he actually throws his helmet down. I don't think that looks good.
That's not good, and I think that the Cardinals are the ones calling timeout. Let's see.
I think they signaled for a my timeout to get Chafin off the field. The guy spotting the ball could see Chafin physically in pain, so they give him the timeout to get off the field. Sets up a huge 3rd and 4.
3rd and 4 from the 22-yard line. Lindsay Scott empties out Cooper in the backfield. He'll drop back for a pass. A throw across the middle is intended for Grimes. Incomplete. 4th down here. Clock stopped at 5:18. And UIW,
big
decision to go for it or go for the field goal. You just had Carson Moore kick through that 46-yarder. You could tie it up, or it looks like they're playing greedy and they want the lead.
They've been aggressive all year. They've wanted to stay aggressive. 4th and 4. You got all 3 timeouts still. Fargo Dome getting fired up. And here's when Lindsay Scott, they're going to take a timeout. Coach Kenny does not like what he sees right now.
A little bit more time to think about it because it's 5:18 left to play in this 4th quarter. And, you know, Carson Moore just hit that field goal. You tie it up at 35. And then really the thing is, NDSU is great at chewing clock. 5:18 on a drive is not too much for them. So I understand Coach Kenny thinking that you don't want to give them the ball with a tie game and then they kick the field goal for the win, because that just seems like something that the Bison would do. So this seems like a Cardinals go for it on 4th down to try and get the lead, and then you trust your defense here in the final 5 minutes of the game.
Lindsay Scott Jr. is going to come out. They're going to continue to keep Carson Moore on the field or on the bench. 1 for 3 on 4th downs today. And they need this one bad.
4th and 4 from the 22-yard line. Lindsay Scott trying to get a 4th down conversion, and I think a timeout will be taken by NDSU now.
This is the strategy, trying to see what they line up with. Get the correct defensive call. Matt Ince trying to head back to Frisco once again.
So, once again, 5:18 left to play in the 4th. Back-to-back timeouts called from either team.
What are you running here?
Well, you said they were working on 2-point conversion plays. This is kind of like what a 2-point conversion is as an Eagles fan. Philly special. But their passer is Darian Chafin out of those kind of trick plays. So I don't necessarily, I know, I was just joking about Philly special, but something like that makes sense in this situation. But we'll see what G.J. Kenny and Mac Leftwich decided to draw up. 4th and 4 from the 22-yard line.
Either way, you know the ball's going to be in Lindsay Scott's hands, whether it's on the ground or in the air.
Scott in the shotgun. He has Cooper to his right, 2 receivers on both sides, the ball in the middle of the field. 4th and 4 from the 22. Scott, play action, under pressure, decides to roll out to the right, looking for a pass. It's completed, brought down, incomplete as he couldn't hold on to it. Cole Wilson almost had the first down inside the 10 and just couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, great job by Lindsay Scott Jr. extending the play. And because he's heading to that far sideline, has to keep it out of the reach of one Bison defender. So that leaves it being just behind Cole Wilson, unable to pull it down, had his hands on it. But now it flips it over. Got 2 timeouts, 5-11, and we talked about it. Can you stop NDSU's run game? They did it in the first half, or in the first quarter. 291 on the game. But it's all about these next 3 downs.
5:11 left to play in the 4th quarter. 35-32. Bison with a 3-point lead. Cam Miller back at the quarterback position for NDSU. 1st and 10 from the 22-yard line following the turnover on downs. Power eye look as under center. Miller will toss it, and it'll be Johnson getting around left end. Caleb Culp will stop him at the 31-yard line, just shy of the yard to gain.
They're pointing that the ball came out. They're pointing that the ball came out.
And the Cardinals are adamant about this. There will be a review, no doubt, as the ball does come out.
That's ours.
And UIW picked it up after. The officials have not whistled
for second
anything.
down.
They are looking for a official-to-official conversation. Our officials are not looking at it on the review. This is crazy.
They need to call a timeout. They're going to call a timeout.
Now the officials will finally call the break to look at it, or is it going to be UIW who calls the timeout?
We call the timeout. You have to, because then you're going to challenge it.
So, yeah, they give the officials a little bit more time to look at it. This could be monumental.
But you also have to see a clear recovery. The ball is out. Where's the recovery? Do you have a clear recovery by a Cardinal player?
It looks like Anu Abechi is close to it, and I don't know if you have the clear recovery, but it's definitely not in the hands of Kobe Johnson or Hunter Brozio.
Because Brozio doesn't have it.
Yeah, and whoever came down with it out of the pile should have it. It looks like that might be Isaiah Paul as he's in on the play.
Caleb Culp
and
forcing
Zach
the
McKinney
fumble.
is there.
See, right here, ball's out.
Wow.
Where?
I don't see how it's confirmed. You can say stand, and that is not what we see on our play here. The Patriot League officiating crew decides that that is not going to be a play that goes in favor of the Cardinals.
The ball is out.
I guess, like you said, well, they called it and down. Yeah,
but where the ball is out. But
you got to move on to the next play, it looks like.
Wow.
4:47 left to play, and the clock ticking again. 2nd and 1, ball on the 31-yard line. Bison on their own side of the field. UIW still looking for a forced turnover. Miller under center. Power eye look. The back is Marshall. And the give to TK Marshall up the middle. He has the first down and more as he gets into the secondary. Across midfield to the 45 and down at the 40-yard line. Tackle made by Caleb Culp. But a huge explosive play flips the field to the 37-yard line for NDSU. 4:24 left to play as the ball is spotted. They didn't stop the clock for the first down, and those are precious moments for UIW as 2 timeouts. NDSU also with only 2.
This is the 3 downs. You've got 2 timeouts. Clock's going to go under 4. You don't get a 2-minute timeout either, like the NFL. This is the game right here. You got to get a stop on these 3 plays.
1st and 10, ball at the 37-yard line. Miller will move everybody in motion to the left side. Jumbo set behind him. And a give again to Marshall. Marshall goes around left end, and he will not get much as he gets to about the 36-yard line. And the clock's still moving here. UIW electing to save a timeout.
You only have 2. It's probably the smart play. They're going to snap this next one about the 3-minute mark.
The 3-minute mark, and on the play clock, it's 20 seconds. They're still in their huddle. NDSU playing their game right now, chewing some clock. Miller under center. Marshall is the eye. Motion to the left side to stack it. Toss here to TK Marshall, and he is hit from behind, and it's both Brandon Richard as well for UIW. Darius Richmond making the stop tackle for loss to the 38-yard line.
Huge play by Richmond. Gives G.J. Kinney a time to take his second timeout, so it stops the clock exactly at 3 minutes. But Richmond coming from the opposite side, tracking him down all the way across, drags him down, and this 3rd and 11s, you got to account for Cam Miller's legs here.
Yeah, and that's where you talk about the spy. You probably put a spy on Miller. 3:03 is what they added to the clock, and this is a 3rd and 11. But like you said, he hasn't really passed all game, so it might come down to here with the ball on the 38-yard line, what NDSU has up their sleeve. This is the biggest play of the game to this point.
I mean, you got your tallest wide receiver, 6'6", Zach Mathis. Actually, you've got 2 wide receivers and 1 tight end.
3rd and 11. 38-yard line is where the Bison have it.
Really
obvious
spreading them
passing
out.
down. 2 receivers to the right, single receiver to the left. Dropping back is Miller as he scans.
Coming
he will
with
step
pressure.
up in the pocket, and he decides to tuck it, looking for a pass still, and just over his intended receiver. Almost intercepted there by Brian Mays. And now 4th and long will come up here, as that was intended for Joe Stuffle, and instead, I mean, this is a weird situation. You got to punt him, and I don't know.
You're going to pin him deep. You're going to pin him deep. But he had both just incredible opportunities by both teams because he was wide open for a first down, just airmails it a tad, and when he tips it, it gives it Brian Mays the chance to intercept it.
Nobody's back deep to receive this punt. That's an interesting choice. I don't know if the Cardinals had a miscommunication, and this one will bounce at around the 3. It'll just be caught. And, well, we talk about the legend of Lindsay Scott. You can't write up a Hollywood script with a better opportunity for the hero. 2:46 left to play against the defending national champions. They have a 3-point lead. It's 35-32, and Lindsay Scott will take the ball at his own 3-yard line to start this drive.
And you got 1 timeout to work with as well. Plenty of time if you're G.J. Kinney and Mac Leftwich. You've scored in a lot less time. You got to make sure you just get out of your end zone first. And I mean, what an ending to this incredible game, to say the very least. And if you're a Cardinal fan, you got it. You have the Bison kind of right where you want them, with the ball in your best player's hands.
If you look at it, the way things went against Furman and the way things went against Sacramento State, a drive at the end of the 4th quarter to take the lead has been the trend here in the FCS playoffs for UIW. Cole Wilson, Taylor Grimes both coming down with Lindsay Scott touchdown passes for victory in the first 2 games. Now it comes down to 2:46 and a 3-point deficit. The Bison have an opportunity to punch their ticket once again to Frisco. UIW trying to get there for the first time in their program's history. 1st and 10 from the 3. Lindsay Scott in the offense for the Cardinals trot out. Lindsay Scott will probably set up in the shotgun with his feet in the eye of the Bison, written out in the end zone. 2 receivers to the left, single receiver to the right.
Everyone on their feet.
Cooper in the backfield with Roger McCullough. Still an immediate timeout at the moment, but UIW eager to get back on the offensive side of the ball.
And Red Hats cleared us to play. Here we go.
Yeah, she'll need to get off the field before we start, I suppose. But now, from the 3-yard line, 1st and 10. Cardinals in their own territory. Lindsay Scott Jr. looking to orchestrate another game-winning drive. 2 receivers to the left, single receiver to the right. Roger McCullough in at the wing on the left side with Marcus Cooper in the backfield for Lindsay Scott. And we still have not gotten the okay to return here as the media timeout resumes. And now we're ready to go. They give the whistle and 2:46 left on the game clock. Cardinals trail by 3. McCullers clears out of the backfield, trips to the left. And Scott wants to change the play. 14 seconds on the play clock as he barks out his new orders to his offensive line.
Looks like they're in man coverage.
Scott in the shotgun. Cooper to his right. 5 seconds on the play clock as he snaps it and gives it to Marcus Cooper. Follows his left guard. Bulldozes a defender. Gets to the 10-yard line. Pickup of 7 yards.
Tough physical run there from Marcus Cooper. Gets them out of their end zone. 2nd and short now.
Receivers stacked on both sides. In the backfield, it's Cooper. Scott on 2nd and 3 from the 10 will hand it off to Marcus Cooper. He's hitting the backfield and falls forward for a gain of about 1. And that brings up 3rd and about 2.5 yards. The yard to gain is the 13. And we talk about 4-down territory. This is 4-down territory. 2 receivers on both sides. Ball in the middle of the field. Empty backfield for Lindsay Scott as he decides to do a quarterback draw. He gets the 1st down and keeps powering to the 20-yard line through a couple defenders that he drags all the way to the 22. 1st down, Cardinals.
Clock stops at 2:04. Ball set down. Now we're going to play again.
1st and 10 from the 22-yard line. Under 2 minutes left in the 4th quarter. 2 receivers on both sides. Lindsay Scott play action with Marcus Cooper, has time to throw. Completes it on the check down to Marcus Cooper. Stiff arms the defender and gets to the 30-yard line. That's a pickup of about 9 yards. 31 is where they spot him, and UIW get right back to the football. 2nd and 1.
Clock still rolling.
Lindsay Scott will call out plays with 1:38 here in the 4th quarter. 2 receivers on both sides and Cooper in the backfield. A blitz coming. Play action and a pass intended for C.J. Hardy is complete for the 1st down for UIW. Stops the clock at 1:30 here in the 4th.
Plenty of time still.
2 receivers on both sides once again as Lindsay Scott motions Cooper to his left. 1st and 10 from the 33. Under pressure is Scott. He spins away from the pressure and wants to fire it deep. He does so. Looking for Grimes. Underthrown. Grimes will not be able to get the catch. It's intercepted by the Bison. Coming up with it for NDSU is Dawson Weber. And 1 timeout left for UIW. Lindsay Scott unable to connect with Taylor Grimes. And this could be the end of UIW's season as Grimes was the intended target. Lindsay Scott couldn't quite get it there. Weber plays it great, comes up with the INT.
Yeah, Lindsay Scott Jr. trying to press the ball down the field, escapes the pocket, tries to rev it up all the way, sees Grimes wide open behind the defense, just out of the reach of the arm of Lindsay Scott Jr. Just unable to play defense was Taylor Grimes on that one. And just the bigger guy came down with the ball, and a couple kneel downs will seal it for the Bison.
Miller motions the crowd to be quiet, but they're cheering. And now the final timeout taken by G.J. Kinney and the Cardinals. 1:13 left to play in the 4th quarter. Bison 35. Cardinals 32, and UIW pretty much out of options. Like you say, it's going to be a kneel and maybe one more to end this ball game.
Yeah.
There will be one more, of course.
Yeah, just another look. He had some room to roll out and gain some yards. Elects to try and push it down the field, especially as time's winding down. Saw an open guy just out of the range of his arm. And unfortunately, the 2nd interception for Lindsay Scott Jr. And yet another turnover for the Cardinals. Just a game removed of creating 4 turnovers.
UIW down 35-32, 1:13 left. Victory formation here for the Bison. Miller takes the knee, and pretty much that'll do it. They need to have one more, maybe two actually here, as they've already started the clock and the play clock. And now the fans are getting into it. The final game of the season here at the Fargo Dome. And they're sending their NDSU Bison back to Frisco with energy.
Chance to defend their title once again. They won 5, started their streak in 2011, winning their first. Won 5 straight, had a couple streaks, and they're going to run straight over to the student section and hopefully see a lot of those students in Fargo.
Your final score as the final 20 seconds will tick off, but no more need for another snap. The Bison defeat the Cardinals 35-32. UIW falls on the season to 12-2. NDSU improves on the year to 12-2, and they're going to Frisco. Sam, it was a fun game until the final moments when UIW couldn't quite get the game-winning touchdown, and that's another championship game trip for the Bison.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to swallow for UIW, knowing they had chances. 4 turnovers kind of dictated the end of that outcome. And, I mean, just a remarkable season to see the program's growth over since the last time they came to Fargo. I mean, being absolutely run out of the water to having a chance to win the game and earn their first trip to Frisco. But that is a story to be told another year.
Well, Sam, any final thoughts here before we sign off?
Just, again, congratulations to an incredible program in NDSU. They did what they needed to do. I mean, UIW is going to feel like this one got away from them, outgaining them, and really coming out as good as you would have scripted, because you start out with a 16-0 lead, defensively stopping the run, offensively clicking on all cylinders. Just that little bit of a lull in that second quarter just kind of plagued them, let NDSU and the energy get back into this one, and it was back and forth the entire second half before ultimately that final interception being the sealer for the Bison going back to Frisco. But incredible season for the Cardinals. Nothing to hang your hat on. I mean, underdogs, they were not expected to beat Sacramento State or even really be in this one. They're a very competitive, confident group. A lot of seniors taking in the moment, and they have nothing to be ashamed of, especially a lot of the seniors, especially Lindsay Scott Jr. Should not hang his hat at all. What an incredible season he had and all the records he set.
Once again, your final score from the Fargo Dome, 35-32 Bison. Advance to the national championship game in Frisco on January 8th. UIW season comes to a close. I'd like to thank Richard Duran, the athletic director for UIW, for helping this set up, along with Alexa Lowe and Zach Carlton, making sure that we get the rights to do this and opportunity to broadcast and bring the game to you guys. We apologize that it wasn't quite the result we all wanted, but UIW left it all out on the field, and still quite the season for these Cardinals. Only their second loss of the season comes here in this FCS semifinals. For Sam Kamen, I've been Carl Schoening.